Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We're here for day 5 of the test match between the Black Caps and the Proteas. It's going to be an exciting one because there's a lot on the line. At the end of the day, all South Africa need to do is get 6 wickets. New Zealand, if they want to somehow chase down this total, it would be the highest total ever chased in a test match. And they need another 332 runs to do so. But I hope you guys are all doing well. We have got Crazy NZ in the chat. And also we have got Kevin here as well. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think will be winning this one? Of course, I mentioned 2 results. The other result could be a draw, which would be New Zealand can survive this onslaught from the South African bowling lineup. 91 overs they will have to last for. Going to be tough to do. And New Zealand surely draw the test match. And Devon Conway will score a big double 100, says Coding there. And also hi from the 2 Aussies. Hope you are doing well, mate. Currently only a few minutes till we get underway for day 5. So 91 overs, or, so I like to look at it, 546 balls that they will have to bat for. And also we have got there, what's up, mate? Says the 2 Aussies. I'm very excited for this one. I'll be honest, I am looking forward to seeing what kind of New Zealand batting we do get to see, whether we see maybe a little bit more of an aggressive side to them. For a start, they will need probably around 3.5 and over or somewhere around that mark, maybe a little bit below, but it's going to be tricky to do if they do decide that they do want to go for the win. And let's go. Says Crazy NZ. And also, sorry, I haven't been on a stream for a while. No worries at all, mate. I gotta go to school in a sec, so I can't stay for long. Says the 2 Aussies. So hopefully you do enjoy your day at school, and hopefully we do. I guess that's the thing. If this test match is still going when you get home from school, no, it won't be, will it? Or could be. Could be. If it is still, and maybe we have done all right here for the Black Cats. And if South Africa can't win from here on, I will be extremely disappointed, says Kevin. And also, hey, Hamish, says Sahara. And Hamish, will you see if Black Caps don't lose wicket in the first session, then Latham will decide to go for the win or not, says Cody. I would say so. I think it's all going to be down to that kind of run rate that they do need after the first 30 overs. But the first thing is to survive the first 30 overs in overcast conditions up against a world-class South African bowling lineup. We saw Rabada last night. He was sensational. Also alongside him, we saw Maharaj, the spinner, picking up quite a few wickets for himself, getting the 2 of them. And if this stream's still going, then I'll get back on, or when I get back, I'll back on, says the 2 Aussies there. Currently, we have got a long day ahead, about 7.5 hours if this test match goes the distance. If not, it does mean that this one will be ending just a little bit earlier on. And New Zealand currently sitting 94 for 4. We saw some great bowling last night, and then some good counter-attack from Devon Conway, sitting on 60 runs of 127. Blundell out there at the moment, also sitting on the 1 of 17. Gotta love hay fever. Even though we're getting close to the end of summer, I feel like the hay fever has slowly been getting worse throughout the month of February, but we're in March now, so that's all right. And also, no doubt, draw match, and there says 4817. And also, South Africa can take 2 wickets in the first session. As Kevin, okay, mate, sorry, got to go. I hope it's still going when I get back from school. I hope New Zealand win. And there says the 2 Aussies, so we will have to wait and see. But Rabada now going to be ready to go. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs for 2 wickets. The economy of only 2.13. He's been very good with the ball in hand, also very sensational with the bat in hand. 47 runs off 34 deliveries. Something you don't really say too often for a tail ender, to have a strike rate of around 140 when they are in a test match, and also getting up to 47 runs. But now we'll be on strike for this first of all. Blundell up against Rabada for day 5. Left alone outside of the off-stump, and if you're allowed, put your phone on in your bag, and while the stream is on, you're walking home, says Frank there. And also, please draw, says Neil the Dude. A lot of people hoping for a draw here. I do see if it is a draw, the World Test Championship rankings, I believe New Zealand and South Africa will both get themselves 4 points. We can't win, but we can draw, says Neil there also. Nice shot from Blundell to the leg side, just out to mid-on, and he does end up getting the single. And also last day test match of summer. And there says Gregor Galway. And yeah, the next test I believe that we will be covering on the channel will be Pakistan versus Australia. But not quite all of it, just because of all the overlaps with rugby. But we will be covering every single session that we can It doesn't overlap with it. We have got Frank in the chat as well. Welcome in, mate. Currently 42.2 overs down for New Zealand. That sounds like a few, but they do need to go ×3 on that number. And we still have informed Colin de Grandhomme. That is true. And I guess the big thing for me is how will Colin de Grandhomme approach this run chase / the fact that they do need to bat for so long, because he loves getting bat on ball. He likes playing aggressive. So if they say, right, you're not allowed to go too aggressive, will that get him out rather than just letting him, like, just going out there and being like, Colin de Grandhomme, just do what you did in the first innings. If you go out, you go out. If you don't go out, you're going to get us quite a few runs, possibly help work us towards the total. That was a good short ball there from Rabada. I think Elgar thought that came off something. My nose has decided it wants to also go for a few runs today. There was a random noise when it went past Colin de Grandhomme off the short ball. Ooh, what did that hit? We might have to see that one in slow motion again. As I refresh the page, says 4817. There we go. Has started updating itself. And New Zealand has better chances of drawing the match than winning. Says Kevin, yeah, currently as the odds sit for New Zealand versus South Africa, I will get that one up. Because I know that South Africa are probably sitting. Okay, there was nothing on the bat. That's good news for Devon Conway. I'm not sure what that hit, but there was some sort of noise, so maybe it was just the bat handle creaking a little bit there. Rabada once again steaming in off the edge. Through the slip cordon, going to be 4 runs, but it was along the ground relatively, and I think New Zealand should go for the win. There's a series on the line, says Frank, and it is that big thing of how much are they willing to, I guess, risk for those points on the World Test Championship table, because they may not get to the final if they don't end up going aggressive here. And also 46 over left today. Says at 4817. We actually have got, it is a total of around 90 overs left at this stage in the day. So there's still a lot of time that New Zealand are going to have to bat. Currently, 83% chance that South Africa win this one, 15% for the draw and 2% for a New Zealand win. And also, were you surprised at how South Africa performed in the second Test match, Hamish? Not hugely. I expected some sort of performance similar to this one in the first Test match. So I guess it's more I was surprised at how they underperformed in the first rather than how they performed in the second. I knew after beating India, they were going to be a tough outfit to try and get a win past. And yeah, that first match just didn't feel like the South African side that we know who do so well kind of so often. So it's more of the case of the first match was a bit confusing rather than the second. I think if there was a third match, we'd see a lot of this again from South Africa, and it might be relatively long match also. But Conway and Blundell currently at the crease. We lost their wickets very early, New Zealand. And that reminds me, I will put up my little thingy that tells us how many wickets were fallen and when they were fallen as well. There we go. Will Young losing his for a duck on the second ball. Latham getting out on the second ball after scoring a single off his first. And then also Nichols gone. And Daryl Mitchell was the last to fall, and that was the Maharaj, who was bowling phenomenally. Speaking of bowlers, it's going to be Marco Jansen now bowling. Looks like he's glided that one nicely through the slip cordon or Tom Blundell, and that's going to be more runs, another 4 for the Black Cats. So both overs they have been able to get a 4 so far. Right. This is still confusing me. Are they going to end up going for the win, or do they just end up maybe seeing how it sits? I think it will be all down to how many wickets I've lost in this first session, whether or not it is worth going for the win or whether you just go for the draw. My nose and hay fever has decided to hit me hard today, unfortunately. Left outside of the off stump for Tom Blundell. My voice isn't doing too badly overall after about 30 hours of live streams over the weekend. And who wins, England or Ireland this weekend at Twickenham after England's display? I would have said Ireland easy. Then after Ireland not scoring more than 9 tries versus 13 out of Viva, I'm not so sure. Here's Jack. It's a tricky one because I think Ireland really wanted to have a tough game up against Italy, and they were getting that in the early stages. But then, unfortunately, with that red card, Tom Blundell avoiding the short ball there, Johnson trying to lure him in, see whether or not he wants to try and take it on early on day 5. But yeah, with how it went early on in that game for Ireland, it seemed like Italy were really pushing them. So it's made me second guess it a little bit, but I think Ireland should be able to get themselves the win because they've got the Six Nations on the line here, because they've got that extra point over England. So if they can get themselves the win and France lose one of their 2 matches, then Ireland do have a chance of becoming the Six Nations champion. But it's a very tricky one. I'm pretty undecided on it. Now, nice shot, cover drive from Tom Blundell, counter attack from the Black Caps here, and that is going to be racing away to the boundary. And Blundell now moves himself up onto 10 of 23 deliveries. So 2 boundaries in this over, 1 boundary in the first over. And New Zealand now going to need a total of 319 runs of 89.2 overs to be able to win it. Also 88 overs left. And there says 4817. It's a good shot. I think Janssen just tried to chase that slightly fuller delivery outside of stump. See if Blundell would be lured in, and Blundell said, yep, that'll do. Take that one on and get myself my second boundary off you over. Currently now 2 balls left of this one to win 319 for New Zealand, to win 6 wickets for South Africa. Well played by Tom Blundell, and these 2 need that huge partnership, but I can't choose a winner. Twickenham is a really hard place to win, but I'm really 50-50. That's the thing. Last 25 matches, England only losing 2 at Twickenham, one of them to Ireland, though. That was in 2018. And South Africa play Bangladesh on home turf in the coming months. Could be interesting, says Kevin. Currently, we are just seeing the dismissal of Blundell in the first innings. He ended up leaving it, and it did come back in. He ended up knocking his stumps over. And who's going to take it, says Dean. At this stage, I still feel it's either South Africa or a draw. I'm in favour of South Africa at the moment. I like what New Zealand are doing here, but there is still a long way to go in this test match, that is for sure. We've still got ourselves another 89 overs, and Hamish, 4 boundaries has come in the first 2 overs. Good signs, hopefully, or coming. Hopefully, New Zealand chase the total down. This will be epic, says Coding, and it would certainly be a new record, not just in New Zealand conditions, but around the world, for the highest run chase ever if they were able to do it. Yeah, at this stage, I think South African bowling, Maharaj, is going to be a problem for them. It seems like it's a good surface for a little bit of spin. We didn't bring a spinner into this test match, unfortunately, for the Kiwis, which might have been quite useful for this one, rather than our 4 quicks plus our slight medium pace and Colin de Gronholm. Just a forward defensive there from Devon Conway. I think it's overcast today in Christchurch. It's overcast here. And normally when it's overcast, my hay fever kicks into the next level. I think France deserved to win the Six Nations. What your thought, Hamish? Second place should go England, says Kevin. I would say France at this stage are definitely the front runner. And I'd say Ireland debatably probably second as well for me. Maybe England third. But I think those 2 could definitely, like Ireland could easily finish third, England and fourth. I think that'll be, or not England and fourth, sorry, England and second. I think it will just be a little bit of a rotation there. But it looks like just Sapumla just warming up a little bit. He took a big blow on the elbow last night. He was batting. Well played once again, and behind it by Devon Conway. Geez, that almost cleaned up Maharaj. Wasn't expecting that ball to fly at him that quickly, but he was able to get himself 2 wickets last night in what was a very impressive bowling performance from South African bowling attack there. One moment. We will go like that. And also, Frank has said off topic, but my mum is going for a job interview today. She resigned from Blue Care. It got too stressful to the point she was crying, says Frank. So hopefully she does get the new job. And it is one that she does enjoy. Because I think that's the thing. If you enjoy your job, it goes by a lot quicker than a job that you don't enjoy doing. And also, now this is definitely Italy. So yeah, let's go, says Crazy and Z. Now, Conway. Just lining that one. Short cover, or short mid-wicket, in fact, it was. Rabada getting it down there at 135. And I think that's one thing that South Africa have got in their arsenal today is the extra little bit of pace. On a day 5 surface that hasn't really broken up too much yet, but there's still a little bit of something there. We saw that the spin looked like quite an effective option on them if they did want to go for it. Now Conway sitting 64 not out, 136. Well played once again, right behind the ball, and that will be the end of the Rabada over. And it's going to be 170 for 4, or 107 for 4, I should say. Will New Zealand go for the win or the draw? I think in their minds they'll go for the draw until the win seems plausible. So currently they do need about 3.4 runs and over to get the win. They've actually gone at that for the first few overs of the day, but I don't think they'll look at it as let's make sure we get a boundary and over. I think they'll look at it as let's see if we can play out this one for a little bit of time, still keep that run rate ticking over because we do want to keep ourselves slightly in the hunt for that win, but not go too crazy with it. Don't play the wide ball just because you want to get yourself that boundary in the over. I think it's going to take a lot of discipline from Blundell and Conway here. Nicely play once again from Blundell, getting right in behind the ball. I'll be answered, and 426 would be record run chase in Test cricket if they won, says Bob Jobs. It would it be indeed. So that is why, I mean, it's so monumental if they can somehow do it. Once again, I do apologise for hay fever. I feel like that's the thing. I've mentioned it many times. On a live stream, it's completely different to a video. If I have this in a video, I can just edit it out. If I have this in a live stream, I can't really hide, unfortunately. It also seems like Wales had the opportunity to defend the Six Nations, but lost his first game against Ireland, messed it up. Here's Kevin, and yeah, not the start to their Six Nations that they were after, that is for sure. Currently, Blundell sitting on 10 off 27 here. He's got potential, Blundell, to be able to put in a big innings. He's probably due for one this stage. Henry Nicholls, I thought he was going to do a lot better than the 7 runs that he did end up being dismissed for. Now Blundell. Ooh, came in quite nicely from Janssen, but once again, and behind it for defensive from Blundell. And currently, I would say that that's going to be a good battle for Blundell. It's kind of Blundell versus Blundell in a way, because like they're saying, he loves to be an attacking player, get that strike rate ticking over. But if the bowlers aren't putting it there, does Blundell then just go, right, I'm not going to go after this, I have to stay, I guess, composed? Or does he go, I'm going to try and play a shot that might get me in trouble, but it might have a little bit of reward factor to it? Currently 2 slips in the gully here for South Africa, left alone outside of the off stump. And New Zealand is my favourite team last few years, and they're really good. But New Zealand not winning this game, that fever has affected you, bro. Says Garris there. But yeah, at the moment, I mean, I did say earlier on that South Africa, for me, currently are still definitely in the box seat to be able to go on and get themselves the win. The draw is the second option. New Zealand to win, I think, is pretty much at this stage a fairy tale. But if it does happen, it's going to be incredible. That is for sure. New Zealand going for a draw, says Garris. Yeah. So the only way to really have any chance of going for that win is to, without even really thinking about it, going at about that 4 and over to keep that run rate from creeping up above that 4 mark. But that will be almost the end of the Janssen over. Just one more delivery left for the youngster. Is yet to get a wicket in the second innings. And also, so next Ashes are in England. So that could be fun if next coach for England is Justin Langer. Yeah, up against his old side, perhaps. So that's how it goes. That will be a very heated tour, I think it would be, if he did end up signing for them. And if New Zealand were 2 wickets down, I would say New Zealand had a chance to really miss Kane in this situation, says Garris. And not just Kane Williamson, Also, Ross Taylor, they're missing their 3-4 combo that has taken them to many victories before. Short ball to the leg side from Don Blundell, down to fine leg, and that would just be the one. And when was the last time New Zealand drawed a test match? That was the one up against Bangladesh, which was actually their second last test match that they did have. So that would have been early in the year that they did end up drawing with Bangladesh. And also, I think South Africa win if they get 2 wickets in this first session, says Mario Deans. And yeah, they are certainly going to be chasing it. If they get these 2 out, then you've only got de Grono, Jameson, Southey, Wagner, and Henry. And I would say, yes, some of those guys can bat a while, but it's whether or not they can keep that really good ball out. And Maharaj, I feel, will be able to get himself close to a 5 for here. He's already got 2. He's shown that this pitch has a little bit of spin in it, a little bit of variable bounce, and a little bit of, I guess you could say, natural variation with the turn. I thought there was a van here. I know that my package that I mentioned about a couple days ago is still yet to arrive. That was well played by Blundell. He played it extremely late under the eye line there. Apparently still only sitting the 4 down, and I'm so disappointed why I only have 2 test match. Why couldn't extend to 4 series or 4 match series? I would say even if it was 3, just so that you have a winner. Because anytime you get a test series and it's only 2, it's slightly anticlimactic if one team wins the first and one team wins the second. Because it's like it's just a drawn series. But people want to see, I guess, a winner of a series rather than just a drawn one. That's going to be a nice shot from Blundell through cover, and that looks like that will be racing away for 4 runs. Brilliant timing from him. Why did New Zealand play 2 test matches so often? I'm not sure. I have no idea why we always go for the 2. I would prefer to see 3, and I think a lot of people would prefer to see 3, but it just seems to be the New Zealand way of having just 2 test matches, which is confusing to me. I don't know why it's 2, because these 2 sides, they've got about a month now before they have their next kind of stage that they actually have a match. Or I know South Africa have Bangladesh and New Zealand have Netherlands, but New Zealand are playing the Netherlands in about 5 weeks' time or so. There we go. Now Blundell sitting on 15 runs off 34 deliveries. Left that one outside of the off stump. And also, do you think Pakistan could upset the Australian in the Test series? I mean, home field advantage is a wonderful thing. And Pakistan have now got that. They've got a good bowling attack, and they've got some very capable batsmen at the top of the order. So I feel, depending on how quickly Australia can get used to the conditions in Pakistan, although I will say, with Pakistan not having too many home games, that means that they're probably not that used to their own conditions either. So I think Australia still have some very classy players. And if they've got Cummins, if they've got Stark, all the regular bowlers, I think they'll be doing decently. And 451 is the new record to beat in Tests. They did against Pakistan in 1994. This is Frank Crowe there. And also JP Patel in the chat. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently, New Zealand to win this one. 314 runs for South Africa to win. They are going to need themselves a total of 6 wickets. And there is 86.1 overs left. Once again, nicely played by Blundell. That will close out the Rabada over, only going for the 4 runs of it, which was the 1 cover drive. But that is the end of the over. 112 for 4 now. Update the score says, Rupesh, I have just done that. For some reason, wherever my mouse is, if it's half an inch to the side, it doesn't update. If it's there, it does update. So it's weird how it works. But luckily, it has updated now. And 86 overs left. Conway sitting on 64. Blundell sitting on 15 as we currently sit here. No, we got one more ball because Rabada bowled a no ball. Never mind. We got one more. Although, when Kyle Jameson did that, he actually picked up the wicket off the next ball after the no ball. So maybe Rabada will be able to do the same here. Or it will just be outside of the off stump and it is left alone. So now it's the end of the over. 113 for 4. And come on, Rabada. And there it says Gareth, but at the moment, Dean Elgar, he's got the ball in hand. He won't be able to bowl himself, though. It's whether or not he gives it to Maharaj at the next changeover, or whether he goes with a couple more pace attack and Hamish. You think Tom Blundell can score big runs today, possibly century? He is looking good, says Coding. I think 50 could be on the cards for him. That man was going very fast on the scooter, racing around behind everyone. But I think it's going to be spin that's going to test both of these batsmen, because the angle that it was going to Devon Conway looked tricky. And then also Tom Blundell here is normally decent at spin, but when you've got so many men around the bat, it's only a matter of time normally before you see a little edge go up to them. And in a 2-match series, you can have 1 win, 2 wins, 2 draws. In a 3-match series, you can have 3 wins, even 3 draws. My point is, you can have 10 tests and still 10 draws. At least tests are happening, says John there. It's going to be a nice shot once again from Conway. Still haven't got myself that hay fever sponsor yet. Should probably look into that. If the hay fever does continue in South Africa, woman, definitely one top favourite to win the World Cup, says Kevin. And that is starting up this weekend. Does it mean or does Rabada hardly smile, even if it's team in a winning position, says Frank? I think as soon as it's game time, he puts on his match face. Like, he smiles when he gets wickets. But other than that, like, he seems to be one of those guys that when he gets locked in, like, it's not about having fun. It's about taking wickets. And he just sits there and goes, until I get a wicket, I'm sitting like this. I might do this and I get a wicket, but then I'm back to this because I want to make sure that I get another one. So I think he's just very competitive when he's out there on the field. He's competitive with the front foot at the moment because it keeps on trying to go over the mark, which might also lead to a few more frowns on his face when he is continuously bowling those no balls. He's had a very large number of them, but then the problem is, like, he gets wickets as well, so it's a little bit of a 50-50 one for him. Currently left alone outside of the off stump. Currently New Zealand sitting 113 for 4. And Alyssa Healy actually bringing up a 50 in the warm-up game between Australia and New Zealand. I believe it is for the World Cup currently. And Conway is a key player for the Kiwis, and Blundell are going to play a shot, says Mario. And yeah, that's the thing. Blundell, he doesn't like going at a low strike rate. Like, you can see it as well. He gets a little bit impatient and he wants to keep that one ticking over. So if South Africa wise, they'll bowl wide outside off stump and see how long Blundell can go before he chases the wide one. And are you going to do are you going to do his Super Rugby team names yet, or normally Wednesday, says Kevin? So pretty much Friday games are Wednesday because that's when they announce them, and then Saturday games are Thursday because that's when they announce those ones as well. Normally it's sometimes earlier for the Australian sides, but overall for the New Zealand teams, it is Wednesday and Thursday. And exactly, says Mario Deans there. No, Janssen, once again, well played by Conway. But Conway is the key wicket here on New Zealand. And if South Africa can get him out in this first session, then you're exposed to Gronholm, who I think will be able to continue that form that he had in his first innings. But more than likely, you might end up seeing maybe less than 50. It's hard to tell. I'd like to see a good innings from Kyle Jamieson, though, because he hasn't had the best day with the ball yesterday. He also hasn't really had the best series. So having a good bat at the end of a series, I think, just really helps a bowler's confidence. And Vude said, hi, Amish. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. Long time no see, so hopefully you have been keeping yourself well. I hope you had a good Christmas as well. I don't think we've seen you since Christmas, I want to say. I think anyone whose name I haven't seen for a while, I say, hope you had a good Christmas, just in case it was just before Christmas that we did see them last. Well, I've currently got hay fever, so I will be doing this one moment. I'm going to look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer by the end of this live stream, I think. I'm going to move my microphone as well. I'm going to move it over to there, and I am going to move the game. I hate when the microphone does that. It does like a weird click. And I'm going to move it over to here. There we go. I'll put it down in the corner so that I can see it and look straight at the chat as well. But Blundell now to be on strike to Rabada. Leaves it alone. And Christian Hamish, why haven't they bowled Daryl Mitchell lately? He's a bowler, isn't he? He is. I think he's considered in this test match as a batsman, but he can bowl pretty well. So it's a little bit confusing at why they haven't given him any opportunity. Definitely when they've been at a bit of a stalemate of not being able to get a wicket, just throwing something else at the batters, like kind of confuse them. I'm going to sneeze. That was well bowled by Rabada. And these two batter session and a half. At least New Zealand will get a draw, says Karras. And also hopefully Blues can win. Not sure who they face. They have got the Chiefs as their upcoming game for the Blues. And also we've got there, what about the weather? It is overcast all day, although there was talks of maybe a little bit of rain way later in the day, about 5 p.m. perhaps. Just have a quick look at the weather report again and see what it is going to be telling me. Okay, that weather, whatever the 50% or whatever it was, it's gone away. So it's a low of 11 degrees, a high of 18, and it is currently sitting 17 degrees down. Is Dan Carter playing part of the Blues kicking coach management? Not too sure where he's tied in with at the moment, Dan Carter. Short ball, goes after it there, Blundell, and he is able to pull it away. Square leg for a single. I got DSTV now, says Vit. So hopefully you are enjoying it there, mate. There will be plenty on and any rain change. Only the fact that there was going to be a slight shower and now there's not going to be that shower. I think that's the only change. Hay fever's hitting me hard today. It's unfortunate. We're on day 5 of a test match. And at the moment, my eyes are trying to close. Well, not close, but just kind of trying to make me itch them. On the pollen, that's a good shot from Conway. Pulled away for 4. And Rabada once again sent to the boundary. And Conway is getting 100. Once he passes 60, he gets 100 for the most part, says Karras there. And also, we did have hopefully Conway get 100, says Corbin a little bit earlier on. And damn it, I wish the rain was coming. I don't think New Zealand can draw this, says Frank. And also, so no ODI or T20 Hamish, neither of them. We don't get to play South Africa in the short format. And next one's going to be up against the Netherlands. And I believe South Africa's next one is up against Bangladesh. So, yeah, we haven't got any shorter format. We actually lost our short format series up against Australia due to restrictions. Short ball. Devon Conway glides it down to, it was Pumla. It's down there at fine leg, but that is going to be the end of the over now. And it is going to be 119 for 4. Currently, Rabada's bowled 12, 2 for 33. As these statistics, not too bad. Are all the figures, I guess I could call them. Conway sitting on 69 of 145. Blundell sitting on 16 of 42. And currently, we have got an hour and a half left of this first session. Then it's a 40-minute lunch break. Then we come back for the second session, which is going to be from 1:40 to 3:40. 20-minute break. And then the last session, they do go through until the overs are completed, or around that kind of 6:30 or so mark. Will be when it does. One moment. He almost just hit that onto his stumps, Devon Conway. A little bit of an inside edge. Does end up just evading them. Cross seamer. It did end up coming off the inside edge, but going just a tad to the leg side. Yeah. Risky, though. And at the moment, he's looking very dangerous. Marco Janssen, that extra little bit of height on a day 5 pitch can lead to a whole heap of movement. So I think that's why he's decided to go with a couple of cross seamers in a row. See whether or not that will be able to kind of trick the batsman. It's a short ball, nicely played by Blundell. That's going to be 4 more for the Black Caps. Now needing 302 to win this match off 83.4. It's very impressive at the moment from Blundell, being able to keep that strike rate ticking over for the Black Cats. Just getting the face of the bat on it, actually. Very good shot down the leg side. Seems like the line and length has been slightly strayed for South Africa. Not sure where they want to bowl at this point in time. And it seems like New Zealand, whenever they do have that bad ball, they're going to be trying to go after them. See if they can get a few extra runs on the board. Currently now, Janssen once again to the leg side. Blundell strikes it nicely. That's going to be at least 2 runs here. They do just take the comfortable 2. And also we've got there, I've been questioning lately whether I should still go for the Black Caps, says Frank. If you're from New Zealand, I'd probably recommend it. If you're not from New Zealand, I guess it just probably depend on the country that you do enjoy watching playing the most. And then also we have got there from Kevin, seems hay fever is really tough, Hamish. It's not fun today for it at the moment, it seems. But yeah, it's normally the first 20 minutes or so of a live stream, sometimes 15 minutes that it's really striking me. But now, like, it's about 33 minutes or 40 into this one, and it's still here. So hopefully it does end up disappearing by the first hour, or else can go through quite a few tissues, I would think, unfortunately. And then I won't have any to wipe away my tears when New Zealand lose. Should be all right, though. I think no matter what in this test match, we've had a lot of action between these two sides. So hopefully, as long as it's a good finish, I will be well and truly happy. No matter the result, close to inside to the stumps for Janssen there. I realize the microphone's just above that box, so I do apologize if you can hear like, whoop, that's just the tissues coming out of it. And also, no, I'm from Australia, but I support the Black Cats, says Frank there. I see. Like they're saying, day 5 pitch, it's actually still keeping a very consistent bounce, which means you can leave on length a majority of the time. Sometimes you do get that one that has a bit of variable bounce on it. It's going to be left alone. And that is going to be the end of it. And also, Karachi has said, how are you? I'm doing very well, other than hay fever, which is pretty much just because of pollen and everything. And yeah, other than that, I'm doing pretty well. And currently have been very much so enjoying this test match. And hopefully we do get to see it go down to the 3rd session of the day. I feel like it going down to the 3rd session will be pretty awesome because it will slowly just keep on building up in that suspense. And not sure if correct, the John Mitchell for Japan defense coach Hamish. I think I might have heard that as well. That he has decided to go over there to Japan. But if he has, it's a great opportunity to coach a young Japanese side who are now really starting to make a name for themselves. And your team name boss, or your team name boss, and that says Karachi. So I am from New Zealand, but yeah, pretty much I'm pretty good at being impartial, South Africa or New Zealand. So I'm from New Zealand, but I feel South Africa will win this match. And also, what's up, bro? I ended up hitting on my under for the Reds game, says Taco Tex. So that is good news. I always worry when I see at the start that someone has made a bet. I just have fingers crossed that we're going to get to see like them do well, I guess. And also, Hamish, will we see Will Young be dropped from the team in the next series? Rutherford will be opening with Latham. Young is so disappointing in the whole series. Says Cutting. Unfortunately for him, Will Young, I think he's only going to be remembered pretty much for that one-handed catch in this series. Like with the bat, he hasn't really been that great. He was decent against Bangladesh though, so they might decide to stick with him, or they might give Rutherford a chance. Also, we have got New Zealand this match, win or draw. I think draw is their best case scenario just at this current point in time. And who do you support in the Super Rugby? I am halfway in between the Highlanders and Crusaders in location in the country, so I'm pretty impartial for that one. As I don't know, how's it? Hamish watching from Namibia, says MC Luna, and just north of South Africa. How many tests are they playing? 3, just 2 for this one. So New Zealand won the first. South Africa, if they win the second, the series is drawn. When you said impartial, I thought you meant You had a bad hearing, says Frank. No. Just impartial in terms of I guess you could say, support any team. Or none, or no teams. No, I don't really support no teams. It's either I just like all teams, and I can't really decide who I like better because they've all got like players that I do enjoy watching. And Tony Brown is part of Japan coaching setup. He is indeed. And also South Africa not win, any South Africa, says Karachi there. Now at the moment, they do need to make sure. I mean, Molden is getting to bowl. He didn't get to bowl yesterday. We thought maybe there was some sort of injury lurking around, but I think more than likely it was to save him for today, seeing as they were going to need 90 overs out of their bowlers to be able to get to the draw point, but they won't want to bowl the 90. If they've bowled about 70, it means that they've won this match. They do get all of their wickets. Mulder, a little bit of a waist swing from at the moment, 126.2 Ks. He's kind of in between the speed of de Gronholm and Southey, probably, I would say. They are just showing the run-up of Mulder. He's a solid individual. And like they're saying, not really sprinting into the crease. It's more of the case of just trying to make sure that he is more accurate than pace. Also, 302 runs. That's not correct. One moment. We'll go like this. Hopefully that will update. Now it's 299 runs that they will be requiring. And South Africa not win, any South Africa. And this is Karachi. Now this stage, Mulder, 4 dot balls in a row here for himself. And I wonder if they stick with Janssen at the other end. I think they'll give him one more because he has been looking pretty decent. Bulls playing Munster in the URC this coming weekend, Hamish, says Kevin. Are they? One moment, I'll have to check that. I thought that the Bulls, I thought that was maybe next weekend that they were playing rather than this weekend. I think Munster had Edinburgh. No, maybe not. I'll have to look at the schedule again, make sure I've got the right way around. That was almost chopped onto the stumps there. Tom Blundell also. Like they're saying, you don't have to play it. That one almost cost him his wicket. He got a single off it in the end, though. He does rotate the strike, and Conway now back on strike with 70 runs in his pocket so far off 148 balls. Mulder, final ball. Maharaj taking a few more steps back on, that will be deep point. Mulder, good angle on that one, but that will be the end of the over, and it is going to be 128 for 4 in this one. So New Zealand, 51 overs down, 82 overs to go. Getting closer, but still very far away. I feel like we're going to see little momentum shifts throughout this match. Currently, I would say New Zealand have got that little bit of momentum, but all that will change that is a wicket for South Africa, and they will be able to take all momentum back in their favour to be able to go on and win this test match. But New Zealand, they were 2% likely at the start of the day to be able to go on and win this test match. I assume at the moment they're probably about 4%. It won't be high as of yet. And at the end of the day, it still would be a new record if they were able to chase it down. But Blundell will be on strike here. Oh, okay, so Rabada's actually coming from the other end now. Seems that they are going to be sticking with a little bit more of his bowling. I expect we will see at least probably 15 to 20 overs from him today, maybe even more. And the refs take a lot backlash this past weekend. So many cards. Hopefully this coming weekend, no cards, says Kevin. Yeah, we always hope for no cards, although they always seem to find a reason to give cards at the moment, unfortunately. So hopefully there's not too many of them. If we do have any, they're only yellow and not red. That's going to be outside. Oh, stump left alone by Blundell. Will be tested here because it is going to be that little, I guess you could say, that valley that Blundell does like to play in. But also at the moment, he's just got to leave it because he knows that if he chases the wrong ball and he gets himself out, that could be the momentum shifter that South Africa need. Rain come rain. And there it says 4817, although I believe at this point, no rain scheduled. So a rain cloud, it is going to have to appear from the sky, but stranger things have happened. I feel like the hay fever is slowly starting to calm down, like a little tiny bit, which is good. Hopefully it continues to calm down. Well played once again, and behind it from Blundell. And also, I think they should bring Maharaj in for the second hour. I agree. Looked extremely dangerous in that first kind of session last night. And he was putting it line and length was perfect from him. And he was probably unlucky to only pick up 2 wickets, to be honest, the way he was bowling. It was everything just precise. Everything on the stumps. It was a you miss, I hit situation for him. No, excuse me, I think South Africa had jet lag in the first test match. Says Kevin there. And it is a long trip from South Africa for them. And I think just learning New Zealand conditions again, because we haven't seen them on New Zealand soil for a pretty long time. So having to get used to the conditions again would have taken a little bit to get used to. Luckily, this game also being played at the location of the first test match. So that did help out a little bit more in that regard. So we go there, please listen to us, God. All we need is rain. And they said, Frank, although in Australia, of course, you guys have had huge downpours recently. But New Zealand, I mean, we had a little bit of rain recently, but nothing too major in terms of not really flooding and everything like they've had in Australia. I know that certain games for the NRL actually had to get called off because it was too wet, which is something you don't really see for rugby league. Normally they play in the snow, they play in all sorts, but not if it is completely underwater. But that's the end of the over. 129 for 4 now. And that is going to be off 52 overs. I'm looking there. New Zealand 298. I'm going to have to try and do some quick maths in my head. And the best way to do quick maths is to get your calendar up. Well, not your calendar, your calculator. So New Zealand at the moment, they have 81 overs left. So I'm going to go 298. It's changed to 297 divided by 81. And you're looking at, okay, it is increasing a little bit more. You need 3.66 runs per over. And also, we have got there, South Africa didn't even have warm-up games. And also, no, Kevin, South Africa did the same in the series against India and West Indies. They start slow, says Karis there, and go New Zealand, says Reed. So they do need 3.66 per over to be able to go on. And another day off for me at school. It's too wet to go outside, says Frank. So it's extreme rain at the moment for Australia. It seems like their weather pattern at the moment is just really weird. How you go from it being extremely hot to now extremely rainy and extremely wet. And then also a little bit of wind, I think, will be probably just around the corner, just because that's kind of how the weather goes. It seems to be hot, rain, wind, hot, rain, wind. And that seems to be the way it does like to do it. But Mulder now going for the 1 run of his first over. That's going to be close. But does miss it down the leg zone. South Africa as a young team, a lot of promise. And there says Karis. Yeah, quite a few of these young guys have stepped up in this game, which has been brilliant to see, because it just gives you hope for the future for South African cricket. Because I know that a lot of people, once de Villiers, once Quinton de Kock, Umla, all of those guys started, I guess, stepping aside, everyone was worried, where do we go from here? And I feel like from this test match, we've seen there is like that next generation slowly coming through. I know that people have settled out that youngster, Baby AB, as they call him, or Baby AB de Villiers. And he's only 19 or something along those lines, already signed for the IPL for the Mumbai Indians. Going to be an exciting one to see in the future. Get some opportunity. But currently, they are showing Maharaj. Feel like he's probably only about 7 overs away maximum. I would bring him in as the next change. See if I can possibly get a sneaky wicket, because Conway, after facing so much pace, Blundell after facing so much pace, maybe a little bit of variation from the spinner might be all they need to lose their wicket. That's nicely played by Blundell once again, getting in behind the ball. But like I mentioned, 3.66 is what they will require per over for New Zealand if they do want to go on and somehow chase down this total. It's not going to be easy. It's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely. I guess it's about the best way of describing it at this point in time. Currently now, Maharaj, he was able to get 2 wickets last night. Same with Rabada, was bowling from the other end. He will have a lot of overs to bowl today, I should say. But Mulder, we didn't see him last night, so he'll be quite fresh. Left outside of the off stump and slowly building into his pace as well. 127 Ks now. Blundell is just checking out the pitch, seeing whether or not there's anything on it that might cause a bit of variable bounce. Because that's the last thing New Zealand need when you're trying to bat an extremely long period of time and then the pitch starts going down at your ankles when it should be bouncing around your neck. That is when you know that you're in for a tough day. But so far, the pitch has actually been very good. It hasn't broken up too much at Hagley. It had less grass cover than last week, but they have still been able to keep it in pristine conditions throughout that test match. That's going to be left alone by Blundell. That will end the over, and it is 129 for 4 now. To win, 297 to win for South Africa, 6 wickets. It's all they need. Blundell, Conway batting currently. Then next to bat, it will be Colin de Grandhomme coming off 120 in his first innings of this match. Then alongside him, they've got Kyle Jamieson, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner, and Matt Henry. So New Zealand, they've still got a few batsmen left, but they certainly don't want to expose that lower order before. I would say, to be honest, you don't really want to expose the likes of Southey and whatnot till the final session of the day. So they've really got to make sure that they work hard here, the attacking bowlers, or the attacking batsmen, I should say, in that middle order to try and slow down any chance of quick wickets falling. But Rabada now going to be bowling once again. A little bit of pop off the surface. And Devon Conway, that is one area of his game I think that the bowlers have noticed is when they do get it on that good length, he does often take one hand off the bat and kind of just, I realize you can't really see my hand, can you? He kind of just slightly throws his hand at it like that. I feel like that is where he could get himself in a little bit of trouble in the future if he does end up doing it a little bit wrong. And South Africa have a young team, a lot of promise. And also, Hamish, have you watched the last test of a new era for Australia's team? And I assume we are talking about Scott Boland, because that man came out of nowhere, really. Like, not too many people knew about him. He was playing for the Hobart Hurricanes for a long time and also going very well in Shield cricket, which I think is where I started picking up on him. But like, a lot of people didn't know who he was, and then he comes to the MCG, gets himself a whole heap of wickets for hardly any runs off him, and then a star is born, I guess you could say, and everyone has Boland fever. I have pollen fever at this stage from hay fever, unfortunately. That's a different story. We got hello, Karis. Nice to see you. That as well, says Garvin there. Currently now, it is on Rabada bowling. Sorry, do make you confused, Damage. I've seen Bulls month and Shark Scarlets. Not this weekend. It's next 11th and 12th of March. Okay. See, I was last night actually making my schedule, but I hadn't done the URC yet. So I think I've got a whole heap of random dates going around in my head currently. Devon Conway just stepping away. I think there was someone moving in the background. Does apologise to everyone. Now, currently, he's still sitting on the 70 runs, but he's still out there, and that's the big thing for New Zealand. Getting through this first session, maybe wicketless or only losing one of these two individuals, and then de Grandhomme starts to rebuild, but they still have another 80 overs left, New Zealand, to be able to get towards that draw. It's left alone. And also know when Justin Langer first started coaching after Sandpaper Gate and Australia were trying to rebuild, says Frank Kerr, and then they just got rid of him. Just like that. See you later, Justin. And now I think England are keen to sign him. So that will be interesting to see how he goes for England if they do end up, I guess, getting to rebuild for the English, because their batting lineup at the moment, you'd say that the openers just aren't quite what they need it to be. And also we have got there, Mulder to me is a very underrated cricketer, says Garvin. I'll be honest, I hadn't really seen too much of him up till this series. And from what I've seen, and like, his bat is very good, or his batsmanship is very good from what I've seen. And also his bowling, we got to see it a little bit in the first innings. He seems a little bit to me like, I guess, slightly a little bit of Colin de Grandhomme mixed with Tim Southey, how he doesn't bowl express pace, but it's accurate. He puts it on the mark every single time. He makes the batsman play, and they think because it's a little bit slower, maybe they can be a bit more aggressive, but that's not the case, because then you just get a little bit more of an outside edge on that one. It goes through to the slip cordon. But yeah, hopefully he is in the side in the future. I know that we were talking about it, that they have got Bangladesh coming up soon for South Africa, and I'm going to see exactly what date that will be taking place. International cricket. There we go. We'll see what we can find out in terms of when that would be taking place, because Bangladesh currently taking on Afghanistan. And Afghanistan won by 7 wickets in that one, with 59 balls left. Comfortable win for them in the end. Where are we? Oman versus Namibia is on the 6th of March for anyone who wants to know about that game. And South Africa, where are they? Surely they're so there it is. South Africa versus Bangladesh. The first ODI is on the 19th of March. And then after that, I believe they are going to be having their test match, which is taking place on the 31st of March to the 5th of April. That's when that one will be taking place here. I'm quickly just grabbing another tissue because hay fever is fun. Model with a slightly slower delivery, but still right on the money. I saw I'll make 138 not out in South Africa's first class cricket on live stream on YouTube. Says Garvin there. Does he only recently started, I guess, in his Proteas kind of career, and also Pakistan cricket on there, says Dr. Student, and they are going to be playing up against Australia in the near future for test match, and we are going to be covering that on the channel, a majority of the test match that is with the games or the sessions that don't overlap with other games. It's nicely bowled by Mulder, coming right in from a wide angle, going around the wicket to Devon Conway. Seeing whether or not maybe he can try and get that one just round the outside edge of the bat. Devon Conway, he was a little bit nervous with that one, Conway, by the look on his face, but was able to keep it out very nicely. And also West Indies versus England first test is 8th of March, says Garvin. So we've got a lot of test matches coming just around the corner with that one. That is starting at 3 a.m. New Zealand time each day, I do know. And then also Pakistan versus Australia. I believe it's about the 6th of March, isn't it? Or somewhere around that mark that they are going to be playing. And then the Cricket World Cup for the women's side of it, the ODI Cricket World Cup. It is just around the corner as well. So plenty of test match cricket, plenty of cricket in general coming up in the near future. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be trying to cover as much of it as we can. We also cover rugby on the channel, and we've got plenty of that coming up very soon also. Well played by Conway. Hits it to the leg side. Once again, does just get himself the single, but still moving around for Mulder. Currently, that's the thing. It's actually only 25 overs till the new ball for South Africa. And I think that is going to be a big changing point in this game also. That is the 50-run partnership between these two. And IQ Lads, do you think South Africa is in a good position? They're in a very good position, but they need to make sure they get a wicket soon, or else that position slowly decreases a little bit, I guess you could say. It's 50-run partnership between these two of 117 balls. So they're not going at the run rate that they would need to win this match, but they are still out there at the moment for the New Zealanders. And also, women starts Friday at the Bay Oval in England, Aussie Saturday. And there says Bay Area Buggy Boo. And there, because I believe it's New Zealand versus West Indies, isn't it, for that first match? And all games starting at either 2 p.m. or 10 a.m., except for, of course, the finals, which are going to be a little bit different. And how are you, says Barry Green? I'm doing very well. Still got a little bit of hay fever, which does mean that I am sneezing quite a bit, which is unfortunate. But other than that, I'm doing pretty well. And we've seen a very good test match so far alongside all the rugby that we did have last weekend. Mulder once again bowling outside off stump, left alone by Blundell. And that will be the end of the 55th over. And it is 131 for 4. Currently, it does seem like New Zealand, they're set at the moment with Blundell and Conway. They've got to try and break up that rhythm currently for the South Africans. If they don't, these two have got the potential of maybe doubling that partnership, going on to a 100-run partnership. Maybe Blundell gets 50, Conway gets closer to that century that he has been able to bring up quite a few times in the past in his short test match career. Getting a double century on debut at Lords was extremely impressive. Currently, in every innings of this test match, we have seen someone get 100. So that's a stat to look for in this one. Irvia in the first innings, Colin Agronome in the second, Verena in the third. Can Conway be the man who takes it over for the Kiwis so that we have 100 in every single innings. That would be very impressive if that actually did happen, because I don't remember too many. Normally, it's when you have 100 in one innings and 100 in another. Normally, other teams don't have a chance to be able to get themselves on 100. Healy, at the moment, she has just lost her wicket in the Australia warm-up game against New Zealand for 64 runs, for anyone wondering. So Australia now sitting 107 for 2. And that one in Good Morning Bro says, Status King, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing fantastic. And currently, must be early morning for yourself. I hope you are doing well. I'm hoping you're wide awake for a day of test match cricket. Currently, we have almost at the first hour of day 5. We've got another hour to go before the lunch break. Doing Conway now. Facing off with Rabada. Hits it downwards. Good work in close from the man under bat pad lid. And I believe that is Orasi van der Dorsen. Now, he was able to take the catch of Latham in that first innings. Did very well for himself. And I assume they will show us a replay of it at some stage. But he's quick and close. Orasi van der Dorsen got very good reflexes, which does mean that in close, he's a very good asset to have. Now Rabada bowls it once again. Well played by Conway. A pitched up delivery and had to hit it back down the ground straight into the hands of Maharaj. Just now holding on to the ball. I'm sure he'll be open to holding on to that ball and bowl it in the next little while. At the end of the day, 2 wickets last night on a pitch that initially people said wasn't going to be a spinner's surface. He's gone out there and done brilliantly. And also, I'm having a problem with mosquitoes. Can't sleep tonight. At least your night is better than mine, says Barry Green. That is true. Mosquitoes are just the most annoying little things, aren't they? Like, I guess the thing is, how do you stop mosquitoes? Other than one of those, have you ever thought about getting one of those like mosquito trap things, Barry, that kind of go, what do? They're kind of like little light things, or not really lights, but they kind of just suck up the zappers, or I don't know how it works. Some sort of thing of it kind of repels them from the area. It might be a good idea to possibly invest in one of those, perhaps. While I will invest in hay fever tablets. Currently, Rabada. Like they're saying, you can't just block the ball all day. He's wide on the crease at the moment from Rabada. And to mind the ball and put mosquito repellent on. They will be there, but they won't come near you as well, says Frank there. Yeah, I guess they're a tricky little thing, aren't they? Is it? No, it's not onions. I was going to say you put onions somewhere, but I don't think it's onions. Oh! Okay. Verena, I thought there was a little edge from Conway to close out the over, but it was called as not out. And that will be the end of the Rabada over. Currently looking frustrated. I think he thought that was going to be his opportunity to get Conway out. Just missing out. And now 77 overs left. We're ticking through overs quite quickly. At the moment in the first hour, they got through 14, so they're only the one behind that stage. So hopefully we do get to see, hopefully we do get to see all of the overs finished. Because or else I think they just have to keep on going until they get through a certain amount of overs in the last hour. I think it's like you got to get through 15 in the last hour or all of the overs up. Now Muller once again will be bowling. Or Mulder, sorry, I should say. Bowled 3 overs, only gone for the 2 runs. So far, it's steaming into run. Nicely bowled. He's getting it in the right region. It's just the batsmen aren't missing it at this stage. Mulder, and also we have got there, Hamish, don't sweat. I don't sweat the carbon, or they love the carbon dioxide you breathe in there. Says Frank, don't sweat. I'll try not to sweat, I guess. So mosquitoes love sweat. I didn't know that. That's a new stat that I think I will be probably trying to remember. So I guess that's why they love hot and humid conditions, possibly. And also, I don't think we have those things. Mosquitoes mats. Or those mosquito mats, or that you plug in to the wall, then put out a smell into the air to chase them away. And we got a spray and we gave a spray that you spray on skin. Says Barry there. Yeah, I know like humid conditions seem to have them, and it's currently extremely hot in South Africa, isn't it? think yesterday someone was saying you guys reached about 40 degrees Celsius, which is some serious heat. Currently now Conway will be at the non-strikers end sitting on 72, but Blundell on strike on 25. Back foot punch. Straight out to cover and unable to pierce the gap. It's Rassie van der Dussen again, the man who just missed out on his half century, getting 43. Him and Neil Wagner had quite the battle out there on the field. There were some words exchanged. It was heated, and in the end, Neil Wagner got him out, caught and bowled, but not before we did see Colin de Grono put down Rassie van der Dussen, which of course infuriated the quick bowler Neil Wagner. We have got, yes, 40 degrees, you're right, says Barry. See, 40 degrees is just a tad too warm. Like 25 or something like that feels hot enough normally in New Zealand, just because we're not used to having too much heat. That's going to be glided off the edge of Blundell. Goes away and hits it for 4. And also we have got the Kiwi lad. Do you follow any American sports? Says Kwasi. I have tried my best to keep up with a few of the American sports. Like, I do like watching the NBA and also a little bit of, like, I enjoy watching NHL. I just don't get a chance to watch too many of them. But something that I would like to do in the future on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel is do a few other sports other than just rugby and cricket, because, like, I do like watching football World Cup coming up very soon. I quite like rugby league, AFL possibly, and then also a little bit of football, kind of like maybe Premier League or something along those lines. Might be quite fun to watch along with. But I do have a few of the American sports. I don't really watch too much of the MLB. That's probably the least watched one for me. But then I enjoy watching baseball, and I enjoy playing baseball. So it's one of those ones, if I have time, I do just put on a game of NBA or just the NFL. Sometimes watch a little of that. Tried to watch the Super Bowl as well. But yeah. UFC. Does UFC count as a American sport or mixed martial arts? Normally based out of America, I guess. Mostly played once again by Blundell. Plays it under the eye line. That's the end of the first hour. And it is going to be the drinks break. But currently New Zealand, they are sitting after 76 overs. They are needing 291, 16 degrees Celsius at the moment in Christchurch with a humidity of 69%. Relatively humid. That will be why I'm sneezing all the time as well. And the hay fever is really kicking in for today. But currently we've got our first drinks breaks. Rabada and Mulder unable to break through this run partnership of 50 plus at the moment between Conway and Blundell. But I guess a question for you guys while we have got a drinks break. We've got a little bit of time. If I was to do any overseas sports / competitions, which competitions and sports would you like to see on the channel? Do let me know, because I am always open to suggestions. If I do know anything about the sport, it does make it a little bit easier. But then the other side of it is you guys, if you're there for the live streams, have always been able to just pretty much help out in terms of just learning all the names, learning who's the best, who's the worst. Baseball as well, says Ahmad there. So I guess the MLB, that would be, wouldn't it? And can you show us Billy now? That you're home alone, says Brank. I mean, I can show you an emoji of Billy because he is currently outside, but this is my cat who is popping up in the corner. He is blind in his right eye, which is why you can see on the emoji we decided to make his eye the blind one as well, just because I felt like if I took away the blind eye on that one, it just wouldn't be the same as the actual cat. And football / soccer, says Kwasi there. So in particular, is it Premier League? Would you go with Kawasi, or is it just in general international type stuff? And also, we've got the thanks, mate. Can't find commentary anywhere, says FOMO there. So what country are you in, FOMO? Do let me know. I'll try my best to help you out in terms of where you can find the game on a subscription base or maybe for free. Some countries do have it for free, depending on whereabouts you are. But currently, Conway's sitting 72 off 164 balls. Blundell 29 off 71. And that is a current partnership of 54 131 Premier League big game. And there says Kawasi, I do see Man United versus Man City's coming up very soon, which will be an exciting one. And we have those two things, spray for skin and plug into the wall, a contraption it's meant to send into the air like a smell for those mosquitoes to chase away, says Barry. So does it work, Barry? Because it sounds like you said you're still getting bitten by them. So I assume maybe it's not quite working. Support South Africa live in the UK, says FOMO there. So, yeah, I guess UK is a tricky one to find coverage of. I think we've had quite a few that we haven't had it. And also, how did he get blind? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I think it's just from, like, he's 17 years old, so he's quite an old cat. So he's lost a little bit of his hearing, and he did just, I guess, from just repeated, I don't know, I guess it wasn't like an accident or anything that did cause it. It's just from, I guess, age, and also it's just from repeatedly, I guess, like smooching things. You know, our cat's like kind of whacked their head, maybe he poked it or something along those lines, but it wasn't from anything that was like he didn't get like hit by anything or anything like that I can think of anyway. I don't think he's somehow never been hit by a car, and I don't understand how he's done it, because he's never done it. Like he always lies on the driveway and it somehow misses him, like every time, in terms of like everyone stops for him and then he just sits there going, why is your car stopped? And then you actually have to almost stop there and there because he won't let you go up the drive because he just doesn't want to move. And also, I think New Zealand will win, says Gary there. And also, you can use, I'm in the UK, Sky Sports and BT Sports in the UK, says Ahmad there. And also, Ravi is not a happy man at the moment, but Maharaj now going to be added into the bowling attack. And also, Ibrahim has said, is New Zealand as beautiful as people say it is in terms of nature? I think it's very nice. Like, I live in a rural town that's kind of, I think we've got a population of about 4,000 or 5,000. And pretty much, like, just driving anywhere, like, you do get that scenery. Like, we've got all the farms, but they're not really so much just farms with animals. A lot of them, they are just pretty much fields of, like, crops and whatnot. And then also just the mountains in the background. Like, I mean, you can see them there. I realized I put my head the wrong way, didn't I? That was well bowled by Maharaj. Like, you got the mountains right up the South Island that you can see, and that thing does keep them away, says Barry. And also, we have got the, I think, BT Sport has it, and apparently Netflix India. Netflix India. That's an interesting one. Or is it Amazon Prime India, maybe? For that one, because Netflix India would be, sweep shot there from Devon Conway going aggressive with the bowler. Are you far from the coast? Says Ibrahim. So I guess not really. We're on the east coast of the country. So pretty much where Christchurch is, I'm about 3 hours south. And you could probably drive for about, I guess, 20 or 30 minutes to get out to the coast, to the sea. But there's not really a huge amount at our area of the sea. It's just pretty much just sea. Like, but then if you go up the road a little bit, they've got kind of like the coast where they've got the beach and everything. Netflix doing sport, says Rugby Geeks. I mean, it would be interesting to see if they were going to do it. And also Prime India, says FOMO there. And also, yes, sorry. And also Barry, who do you think will win for that one? And also, how many channels do we have to buy? Says Rugby Geeks there. Yeah, there's a lot at the moment. Like for us in New Zealand to watch cricket and rugby. Hello?
10K to the ocean.
10K to the ocean.
From here.
Okay.
Half an hour to a beach.
Half an hour to a beach. There we go. Statman has come in and let me know exactly how far it is. And that is on the east coast of New Zealand. But yeah, in New Zealand, we have to buy Spark Sport and Sky Sport to be able to watch the rugby. Like just rugby, that is. And also for the cricket, because they have it on both. Like the Black Caps home games are on Spark Sport. Black Caps away games are on Sky Sport. So you need both of them. And no, my bad. I mean, Amazon Prime there. Says Bowman also day trip vacations to the coast. Popular in New Zealand and the UK. People, including myself, love a trip to the coast on a nice summer's day. Says Ibrahim, I think people would in the more, I guess, beachy locations. Like for ourselves, we're kind of halfway in between a beach, like both ways, like 30 minutes south and 30 minutes north, you can get to a nice beach. And the one down south, which is Oamaru, is actually, it's quite a busy kind of tourist attraction, or it used to be anyway. I'm not too sure about it now. I haven't really been down there. It's like end of the Maharaj over, and it is now going to be 58 overs down at 141 for 4. But yeah, it is quite cool living close to the coast. We probably don't make the most of it where we are. But, you know, the beach is nice. Me and George, we went to the beach a few months ago. He downed 3 cheeseburgers from McDonald's, a few chicken tenders. There's actually a vlog of that, but I never released it. I probably should get round to that. He tried to eat a cheeseburger in one bite. It didn't go well. And so it sounds like South Africa, everything on Super Sport. So here's FOMO there. Yeah, I kind of wish we did have the option of just one subscription, because like with multiple ones, it does make it quite an expensive venture being able to follow all of the sports. And also, I would think South Africa, if can get those wickets, or if they can keep getting those wickets and put pressure, they can take it. Says Barry, for if they are going to be able to get themselves to win. But currently, 285 is how many New Zealand would win, need to win, should say. And South Africa just needing those 6 wickets. Ever played beach cricket? I have not. I have once held a stick at a beach and had a stone like thrown to me as if it was a ball, but not like an actual like cricket bat and tennis ball type thing. I feel like it's on the bucket list. Would be quite nice. If Billy was a human, he would suit the stop person because he holds up the cards, says Frank. That is true. But yeah, we worked out if he was a human, he'd be about 94 or 90 or something in cat years. So he's had a very long life, our cat, but he's still going about his business. He just pretty much goes outside, looks at birds, goes, I could catch that, takes a step, goes, never mind, I'll go back and sleep. And Tamara said hello, welcome in to the live stream once again. Nice back foot punch there from Blundell. Does get himself just the single there, moving up to 30 off 74. And Black Cat's holding out so far, making me nervous, says FOMO. And yeah, at this stage, I'll be honest, I thought we were going to see 1 or 2 wickets in this first session. We've still got 50 minutes left, of course. Actually hiding the ball is run-in Mulder. Trying to keep it a secret, trying to keep the batsman a little bit, I guess, on edge. And also we have got the OK Barry. I can see how you support or who you support, says Gary there. But currently, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got plenty more cricket and rugby coming up in the near future. Also, a few other sports might be peeking their head in some stage soon. But currently, Conway sitting on 78 runs, trying to tick himself towards that half century, or sorry, the century itself. We taking the single, quick run single, and they do get through for it. Nicely run between the wickets by the Black Caps. And I was, how's your mama? Why isn't she joining? As Oz says, Barry. So pretty much she is at work at the moment. So she isn't going to be able to join us till probably the second session, about 3/4 of the way through, or the last session of today. So if it goes that long, she will hopefully be joining us for those later stages. If New Zealand avoid a loss here, that would be very impressive, says Abraham. Yep, they would have had to bat for around 133 overs. And to be fair, this is a great Black Caps team. Here's FOMO, nicely played once again by Blundell. There's some pretty nice shape at the moment from Mulder. It's still swinging around, and the thing is, they only have another 24 overs or so, or 22 overs now till they get the new ball. Why is there another spider on the wall? This wall just has spiders everywhere. I don't know why. It's very confusing. It just seems to be like a spider wall. Don't know what it is. It's just a wall, same as every other wall. Currently now, 143 for 4 at this stage for New Zealand. Hamish Mum conversations are coming, guys. Jill in there, says Frank. Hello. Oh no, he's been relocated.
Relocated?
Yep. It's going to rain tomorrow. And it is actually going to rain tomorrow. I believe it's about 40 or 50% chance in Christchurch as well. But today, it's just supposed to be overcast. So hopefully we do get through a full day of Test match cricket. They needed to get through 91 overs. There's quite a bit of a crowd in attendance at Hagley Oval. And hang on, who's that? And there says Frank, that was my dad. That wasn't my mum, that was my dad. He was home at the moment on lunch from work. I was going to come in and deal with the spider, but the spider is now in prison. Currently now, a few South African supporters still in attendance for this game. Hopefully they do get these money's worth for this final day. Nicely played by Devon Conway. Once again now, still sitting on about 21 away from that century. And he has been able to bring up quite a few in a short Test match career. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier on, where's your mum? And there says Joe Mama. She is still at work, so she does work till about 1:30 or 2 o'clock normally. And so she will be joining me for the later stages of the day. And what are your predictions for the T20 World Cup this year? Says Ibrahim. I think Australia are going to be hard to beat at home, but there are a couple other sides who might be able to squeeze their way into contention. Now, that was not the shot that Devon Conway wanted to play. That was going to be a sweep shot, but then it was way too pitched up. Couldn't get onto it. I had to play an awkward little drop knee for defensive shot. That's very well adjusted. And do you live with your mum? I do indeed live with my parents at this stage in our small town. So I'm set up in the lounge with the green screen up. So it is quite nice. I do stay up till random hours of the night, but they seem to enjoy, I guess, the quiet time when I'm not out with them. But then they also seem to enjoy being in the lounge as well with me. It sounded like we have a bit of a love-hate relationship. I do love my parents. They are very nice to me overall. And also, I think New Zealand and Australia had to be the two teams to beat in the World Cup, says Ibrahim. Although also Pakistan does seem like they are going to be able to go maybe decently. They did get close in the last one. England are always a contender with the power hitters and such as Roy, Joss Butler, Stokes. All those guys can always bring it. And then also maybe a couple like Jofra Archer with the ball in hand. What happens to that number one spot if this ends in a draw? So no matter what, win, lose, or draw here, Sri Lanka is still going to be number one in the rankings for the or not the ICC, or it is the ICC, but the cricket rankings for test matches. They are still going to be number one because they've got a 100% win record. So pretty much New Zealand are currently sixth, I believe it is. South Africa are fourth. So I think if South Africa win, they might pop up to third just a little bit more. But overall, it is pretty much reliant on waiting for Sri Lanka to play a test match and to lose a test match if they do want to lose that number one spot and really rotate it. I see play once again. Maharaj looking dangerous throughout the early stages of his spell. And that is going to be the end of the 60th over, and it is 144 for 4. A lot of fours there at the moment. Although we did start with quite a lot of fours. Oh, interesting. Man reading the paper, and the back cover does actually have about the Black Caps. That's very good cinematography. Only just reading the paper at the cricket. I feel like it doesn't get much better than just taking a seat at the cricket, getting a chill out for 6 hours or so, and just watch a bit of test match cricket. Definitely on day 5 when you know at the end of the day you're going to know who's won, who's lost, or who's maybe drawn. And this one is an unpopular opinion. I think Shian Afridi is not Pakistan's best weapon. He bowls fast, but isn't the most reliable. Babar Azam and Muhammad Rizwan on excellent opening partnership, though, says Ibrahim. I'd agree with that. Batting-wise, you're not going to find a better opening combo than Babar Azam and Muhammad Rizwan. They are absolutely outstanding. And both of them really add to that partnership. Normally, when you've got an opening run partnership, you've got one guy who is normally known as the designated hitter and kind of like the stroke player. And then the other guy normally can still play his shots, but he likes to rotate the strike. Whereas both of those guys, if the ball's in the wrong place, they're going to hit it to the boundary every day of the week. And Lee misses, says Ollie. Oh, down the leg side, it ended up clipping the pad, though, of Devon Conway. So you're still going to be out there at the middle, but they've been very close, South Africa, to being able to get their breakthrough wicket. Only another 40 minutes left of this session. New Zealand can get through it without losing a single wicket. They will be in a very good position to be able to possibly go on and draw this test match. I'm just going to have a quick look here and see how it is sitting in terms of the percentages, because we have been checking them occasionally. So currently for the draw, it's 24%. New Zealand to win is sitting 3%, and South Africa to win is sitting 73%. Currently, I would say they're only one wicket away from being able to really start pouring into the Kiwis, I guess you could say. Currently now on the odds, New Zealand paying $19. The draw is $3.30, and South Africa to win is actually paying $1.40 now. That is going up. And also we have got the Hamish, what do you call a female dog? And then says Frank, well, it starts with B and it ends with something that I can't really say. Or it's what you get when you have got an itchy bite. You get a little bit of an itch. But now it's going to be going to the leg side there, out to square leg. And also Kiwi lads, Reid wants babies with his girlfriend Elizabeth. How old is Reid? Ollie, out of curiosity. Now Devon Conway. Just showing he confidently hits it to the leg side, always making it bounce before it hits Rassie van der Dussen. Because if he does end up giving it to him on the full Rassie van der Dussen, he's been very good in the past at being able to pouch those ones that are available. But currently, 281 runs off New Zealand being able to get themselves a world record-setting victory. But South Africa 6 wickets away from being able to change it. That's a nice shot from Devon Conway, 22. And there says Ollie Wilson. That's not too bad then, but that is going to be 4 runs. Or Devon Conway. In fact, it was Tom Blundell with that cover drive. He loves a cover drive when it is put in the right spot, moving up to 34 runs now. Front foot glides it out through there. And how old are you, Hamish? I am also 22. But I do not have a girlfriend called Elizabeth or a girlfriend in general. Sadly, I am just in my lounge chilling most of the time, watching cricket, watching rugby, which is a great way to be at this stage. I enjoy it. Currently, Conway sitting 81 runs. Blundell sitting on there at 34, faced 100 less deliveries than Blundell. And we're going to go straight into some statistics very soon as well when it comes to how many balls left. Currently, with that ball being bowled, they will have currently, one moment, I'm going to do the quick maths in my head, they're going to have 432 balls left to face here for New Zealand if they want to draw. 432. So what these guys have faced, times it by pretty much 2 or less than 2 more times after that. So they have to face another 2 times what they've already faced, and New Zealand will draw this test match. But if they lose a wicket, then the new man has to try and face a little bit more of it as well. So it's going to be a tricky one for them, but New Zealand at the moment, they seem like they've still got a little bit of a fighting chance, although Maharaj has been causing a whole heap of issues for the batsman. He is once again going to be added into the bowling attack. Well, he was actually in the bowling attack last over, but he is now getting another one. 18 overs bowled, 39 runs off him. Devon Conway sweeps. Tell you what, that only just clipped the bat. It's racing away to the boundary. It was a quick delivery, 91.9 Ks, but Maharaj, if that had missed the bat of Devon Conway, that could have been all over for him. Oh, that was middle stump bound for that one. I also Reed wants to take Elizabeth to Lee, and Lee to the casino. Wait, Reed wants to take Elizabeth and Lee to the casino. I mean, it's a nice location, depending on, like, that's the thing. Casinos, like, they're very well laid out. You kind of learn that when you look at them, how it's like they've got certain things in certain places to try and entice you. As you could say, New Zealand's in the changing room doing rain dances, and there says Rugby Geeks. And I mean, you don't have to do much of a rain dance here in New Zealand for the rain to pour. Currently for Christchurch, though, okay, it's going to be apparently sunny at the moment, but it's very overcast in Christchurch. Reverse sweep from Devon Conway, playing confidently, goes straight down to Van der Dussen, who does field it on the boundary. And also, Amish, can we see your channel studio next to you? And there says Frank, my channel studio next to me. Pretty much my studio consists of a little light, a green screen, and a bigger light. That's pretty much all I got around me currently. And then, of course, the webcam and microphone. Those are my 2 main ones that I need for my live stream. And also, this is good from New Zealand so far, just not giving up and then getting odd. Good run. And there says Betty. And also, my favorite cricket player for the Proteas is Marco Jansen or Janssen. And yours, Kiwi lads, I'd say, for me, who would I go with? Janssen certainly got potential. I'm trying to think of a batsman. I mean, Rassie van der Dussen is very good, of course, and also maybe Markram is another player that I look at, because I do enjoy a batsman who bats up the order but can also bowl a little bit of spin. I feel like I have a soft spot for them when they are able to also bowl that spin, advancing there. Tell you what, it's a little bit cheeky from Blundell. He's playing a bit of cat and mouse with Maharaj, but that will be the end of the over, and it is going to be 154 for 4. And do you think England will beat West Indies in the Test series? Says Ahmad, I've seen the side, and for the first time in 10 years, not having Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson in the English lineup. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a tricky one for them, I would think, not having those 2. But I think still with who they've gone with, they've got Stokes, they've got Wokes. They like rhyming names because they've also got Folks. And I think they will be all right for it, but I think it will be quite close. And yeah, and he wants Harrison Furlong to walk through the car wash. And there says Ollie, and also New Zealand will need to play positively. If they get bogged down in the dots, the pressure tends to overwhelm. Says Rugby Geeks, exactly right. Definitely with Blundell. He's a player who loves keeping his strike rate ticking over. And when he's not sometimes chases the wrong ball, and that will be what South Africa are waiting for. I'm surprised they haven't gone with the tactic that I mentioned a little bit earlier on to Blundell and just bowling wide outside off stump and seeing whether or not he does get bored. Because Blundell, he loves bat on ball, and if he keeps on chasing it, it's just going to be one that maybe it comes off the edge. And will you watch the England Test match? I'm hoping to. It will be at a random hour of the night. It starts at 3 a.m., but if we get any chance, we will be doing some live streams for those ones in Hamilton Tuesday, sus. And there it says, I read, and also hi from Jack Goodman. Welcome in to the live stream. I hope you're doing well. Hit to the leg side, slightly lofty from Devon Conway. Fielded in the deep by Rabada, and it is Sapumla who is back in the bowling. And Broad and Anderson out for the New Zealand series as well. I thought they may have been only for the West Indies series. I believe they're back for the New Zealand series. But yeah, not there for the West Indies. Like I mentioned, first time in 10 years. And West Indies will win that series. England bats are made of Swiss cheese. As Ravi Geeks, you heard it here first. I mean, I know a lot of people who watch the Ashes wouldn't completely disagree with you, but I'm confident that England, when you get a feeling like there's time for a fight back and the comeback's coming soon, I feel like that's where I'm at with England's test side at the moment. They struggled in Australia, but maybe it's just around the corner. Who knows? And I bet you if it's not West Indies, they'll just absolutely thrash us just because, that seems to be the way that it normally works. People seem to peak against the Black Caps. Same with the All Blacks, in fact. It seems to be like when people play New Zealand, they just all of a sudden find that form that has been evading them. A good way to go about this block and try and take it to the draw. But get some good runs or get some runs off the bad balls and try to see if a win is on the card, says Batty Wagon. And also statistics-wise, I think Broad and Anderson are so much better at home, says Abraham. Definitely if we haven't got any pink ball test matches. I know that Anderson's very good with the pink ball, but overall, I guess it's also just trying to keep their longevity for them as well. They don't want to overwork them, or else then you might end up only having about a year or two left in both of them. I think Anderson will go before Broad, but he's still, the way he's bowling, you're probably still going to get another 2 or 3 years out of him. Do you think South Africa will beat England later this year? Says Ahmad. I'm looking forward to that one. It's also in England, isn't it? So it depends on how South Africa go up against the Duke ball rather than it's either the Kookaburra that we use in the Southern Hemisphere. What other ones do we use? What does South Africa use for their home cricket ball? Do let me know, Ahmad. Currently, I mean, depending on the squads, I think will also be a big factor who we've got back. I know that if Peterson is there, it's going to be exciting to see how it goes. In England lack a positive opener to move the scoreboard on with the new ball. Strauss and Cook with a perfect balance to set the stage for number 3. That is going for 4 down the ground. Nice shot. And yeah, I guess that's the thing. We talked about it all throughout the Ashes as well. It's if you get an opening run partnership and then the guys after that continue to build, it does mean that you get scores in a hurry. Like for England, their partnerships were always in single figures. Whereas for Australia, if someone went out in the opening partnership early, next partnership, 50 runs, next partnership after that, 100 runs. Whereas for England, it was 5, 15, 10. And that's kind of where all the runs were kind of leaving them in that Ashes series. Left alone outside off stump, but Blundell moves up to 38 currently. I don't imagine Stuart Broad sees it that way. He seems very upset at being left out. And I know that he was quite furious with being left out of the Ashes side as well. He loves playing. And when he's not on the team, he thinks it's because he's either done something wrong or they're just not making the right decision. He feels he's the best man for the job, no matter the conditions, no matter the weather, no matter the location around the world. He feels he is the one who should be in that lineup. And I think he feels that he's earned it as well from being around for so long. So yeah, I hope England win for that sake, or else he might be a very angry Stuart Broad. And we already know that he was angry at the robot in the Ashes and channeling Nathan Astor vibes to Conway and Blundell today. Says David, and also morning welcome in, mate. And also a double record hundo, says David. And also, would you like the England team to beat South Africa, says Ahmad. See, I feel like that's a question that doesn't have a right answer, because I know we've got a lot of South Africans watching, but then I also know we have got Rugby Geeks watching, who is from England. And so I don't want to offend him, but I don't want to offend the South Africans. So I hope for all draws suck. You don't want a test match or a test series that just literally has draw after draw after draw. It's going to be an interesting one. I'll say that. The question is, at what stage do the Proteas choke? I would say when they have about 20 overs left and still need a few more wickets, that will be when it does get a lot more stressful for them. And rugby fans always want England to win, or not win, sorry. And then I think, Hamish, what do you think from here? Brendan McCullum in commentary is saying New Zealand can go for the win. I believe I'll do the maths again very quickly and see what the calculations are sitting at for how many they'd need. But over 267 divided by 70, you're looking at 3.81. So it has gone up from what it was a little bit earlier on. And David Lemon, heads or tails? And there says Frank. And also, first word to Dame Valerie Adams for retiring, our second most decorated summer Olympian in there. Who was our first? Was it Mahi Drysdale? No. I've probably just said the way wrong name, haven't I? That's another 4 runs for Devon Conway, so that will be helping him out. Now he moves up to 91, and Broad was upset in the 2020 summer when he was left out for the final test. Says Martin also coined stands on the middle. Says David, there you go. It's like a bat flip in the BBL, how it ends up somehow just perfectly landing on the side. Maharaj, he won't be too happy with going for a few runs. He is very economical. Lisa Carrington is now New Zealand's most decorated Olympian. Should have thought of that, shouldn't I? That's close. That's close. I think South Africa go upstairs with us because he's reverse swept, which now means it's not pitching outside leg. Elgar should go up. It's worth a crack. It's worth going up for here. 5, 4, 3, they've gone up. Reverse sweep from Devon Conway. Maharaj doesn't look too excited at the moment. He knows that they're still going to go through, see whether or not he did go out. Now, he was given his not out. So because of that, it does mean that he might be able to get away with an umpire's call. He's gone up. Says David, he has indeed. So because he reverse sweeps, that's no longer outside of leg. That's very, very close. That's going middle stump, and it's whether or not it's too high. This is a big moment for Maharaj. He didn't even really appeal that loudly unless there's some bat on it. Thing that would save it is bat, but I don't believe he's got any on it. I think he did swing through way too quickly. That one, it's heads. Sorry, mate, you're blocked. And this is Frank, and also we have that yes. Says David. It's going on to hit the pad. And way over, says David Lemon, also way high. So I haven't quite got to that as of yet. Sadly, but it was pitching in line. Impact in line. And just over the top by about 3 or 4 inches for that one. And well, I love seeing these string balls go high in the last 2 days. I keep it yesterday. And there says David, currently now 263 runs to win, but that is going to be a review used by South Africa. And Maharaj. So they're 2 for 48, almost able to take over the 3. They've still got 2 reviews left, South Africa, and in 16 overs, they have got the option of it being able to take the new ball, and also NZK in there. And also, I wonder why England have such few good spinners options in Test match cricket. Elder Rashid is one of the best bowlers in the world in 20-over cricket, and I wonder how he'd now be in Test cricket. And also, if only the umpires would explain the calls like they do in the NFL, even if there is no one at the ground. Says David. So that one, it did end up going through. Was a big shout from Maharaj, and straight away, I think he felt height might have been a factor. It actually pitched way in line. I thought it was slightly pitching down leg at first glance originally. And also we have got there spent a month in England in the summer. And also we have got, and you understand why, rain, wet and cold. Says David, that one's going to be whipped around to the leg side. And what I might quickly do now. Oh, okay, it's not on the TAB. I was going to try and watch it on the TAB because it is 30 seconds ahead so that we don't have too many spoilers overall, but it is currently unavailable. So we will stick with Spark Sport. And also, anyone else want to spam? And there says Frank. And also, we have got about spending the month. And so I wonder why England have such few spinning options. I know that they've got a left arm leg spinner coming up through county cricket, which would be quite cool to see him in action for the near future. But that is going to be now the end of the over. And it is going to be 166 for 4. Currently location of this test match is Christchurch, Hagley Oval, I should say there. And it is the location of the same first. That was a weird sentence. I'll start that one again. Christchurch, Hagley Oval. Same location as the first test match. There we go. Sentences are hard. And also you can, and there says Betty Wagon. Also, what time is it? Says Game On Dude. We are currently sitting at 12:36 p.m. And also I get time you out. Yay. And there says Betty. And also, David, I live in England. you get a variety of weather and reality in the summer, and also English spinners aren't great outside of England as well. Is Parkinson a good bowler? Is Parkinson the young leg? That might be the leg spinner, is he? Is that the leg spinner Parkinson? I'm in New Zealand. Says game on, dude. I am also in New Zealand, so we are currently sitting 12:36 p.m. as we sit now, and we've got 24 minutes left of this session. Currently now, going to be Sapamla. I can hear the commentators in the background just having a chat, and also we've got there, no, I'm not spamming, I'm not a Muppet, and also no New Zealand review. A little bit ahead, David, so be sure to wait just a little bit longer before putting it in. But Sapamla, it is going to be close. It's given as LBW, although I guess the excitement was taken out of it a little bit, but now they're going to be going upstairs for Devon Conway, see whether or not he is going to be all right, but it could be the LBW possibly. And I was sorry, mate, says David, it is all right. And now they have gone upstairs for that one. Currently 64.1. And do you think the match will finish in the next session, says Ahmad? I'm going to say next session, no. Session after that, maybe, I think. I think we are going to get to see a result of this one more than likely. And if Devon Conway is gone, that's going to be a massive moment in this one for New Zealand. Currently, Sapamla. Okay, it's got a completely mislead stump for Devon Conway to be safe. If it does end up being umpire's call, he will be gone. And that will be the 5th wicket for New Zealand. So they said no problem with the bat at this stage. I mean, they'll still check Ultra Edge more than likely to see whether or not there is a little bit of a connection or any chance of something there. We're getting a big cinematic of Sapamla. No bet on that one. For Devon Conway, I think he's going to be in a bit of trouble here because I don't believe this one's going to be missing the stumps enough to be able to get away from umpire's call. It's hitting. It's 3 reds. And Devon Conway is gone now for 92. And that is going to be the wicket. 92 for Conway. And that is the breakthrough wicket that they did need. And just like that, South Africa are back in the box seat. Devon Conway, he batted for a very long time. But at the end now, he has been dismissed of 188 balls. We'll go like that, and we will go like that. We'll add him there. That is 3 reds. So it wasn't even close to the umpire's call. And also no. And there's Batty Wagon on the face palm from David. But Devon Conway LBW'd 92 runs of 188 deliveries. And now South Africa, they do have the Black Cats 5 down this stage. New Zealand still needing 260 runs of 68.5 overs. And that's still a lot. And if we're getting specific with it, that is another 413 balls they have got. We get to see Kiwi Hamish's mum before South Africa win, says Frank there. And that is the big question at the moment, whether or not we are going to get to see a 3rd session of the day, because that will be more than likely when she joins. And such a shame Conway got out, says Ibrahim, just before his 100. So I ended up with 92. But Blundell is still at the crease. He's now going to have Colin de Grandhomme alongside him. And on 92, says Ibrahim, and it always hurts going out. And definitely when you are getting that close to being able to bring up another milestone. But currently now de Grandhomme has made his way to the crease. Got 120 in the first innings. Very impressive. And also Gundu, New Zealand, says Roshan there. Currently, his new best is 120 not out. And how much does New Zealand need to score in each over? Says Ahmad. One moment. We will do the quick calculations for this one. The calculator will go 260 divided by, we'll say they've got 69 just for easier adding. It's going to be 3.76. So they're still on par with how quickly they were going a little bit earlier on. But they are going to probably need to Grandhomme to bat long here. And still good 2 batters, or still 2 good batters out here. Says Abraham, it's going to be left alone outside of the off stump. Now the draw for this match has gone up to $5.75. It was actually down to about 3 before, but that one came back just a little bit. And the LBW shout, when it was given, Sapamla, he knows how important that one was. And yeah, Devon Conway, he went upstairs for it. So New Zealand only having the 2 reviews left now alongside it, but it just didn't quite turn enough or seem enough away down the leg side. And I believe that will be possibly a big turning point in this game. We'll have to wait and see. Devon Conway, he's disappointed with that one, but it was a well-pitched up delivery from Sapamla. That's very close as well. It's given as not out Right, I believe that one was maybe going a little bit down leg, but I would be probably reviewing that as well because I would be very keen for it, but I don't believe it is going to be gone. Like they're saying they might have been cannoning into legs, so I would say more than likely they may have thought there was some bet on it. And what is the chance of winning for South Africa? Says Amar. Currently, as we sit here, maybe going down leg because it wasn't given as out. They would have needed it as umpires call. So currently 83% chance that South Africa will win, 14% for the draw, and then 3% for New Zealand to be able to go on and win this one. I'm hoping we get to see the ball tracking of that one. So it looked rather close. Colin the Gronholm still going to be on strike coming off the 120 as new high score. He's going to try and up it here. And if he can up it here, New Zealand still in with a slight fighting chance. Right, we've got the ball tracking. Impact in line, just missing the leg stump. So it would have been a review lost if they went upstairs with it. And also, see you Kiwi lads fall off to sleep. I'm tired to catching, too tired to carry on watching. No worries at all, mate. And I hope you do enjoy your sleep. Hopefully the mosquitoes do leave you alone for tonight and you do get a good night's sleep. But currently, that's the thing. I'm probably, after this test match, a little bit later on tonight, I'll get to sleep for like 12 hours. Try and make up for some of the sleep that I missed over the weekend. We did random hour live streams. It's going to be nicely played by Colin and gone home. And since the start of this test match, we've probably done about 35 to 40 hours. In fact, it's probably actually more than that. We've probably done about 60 hours of live streams in the past 4 days. And the man, well, thanks, man. And there says Barry Green, so we will see you later on, mate. Currently, the Gronholm on strike, sitting on 0 of 4. I could try and do the maths, but I don't think I will yet. I'll work it out kind of midweek of how long I talk for, because I'm impressed that my voice is still here after talking for so long. Bumler now, bit of swing available for him. De Gronholm, though, strikes it beautifully, and that will be out for 4 runs out through cover. And that's the thing, De Gronholm, I believe he'll play in a similar fashion to what we saw in the first innings, how it will be more about just trying to get bat on ball, trying to hit the ball hard, see if you can get yourself a lot of runs in a hurry, see if you can work towards 100 off maybe about 85 deliveries, or maybe 120 even. That would help New Zealand at this point in time. But Blundell sitting on 40. Gronholm, with his first shot, ends up hitting it for 4 of 5 deliveries there. Currently still 5 wickets to fall for New Zealand. South Africa want to get themselves the win. We're currently sitting 68 overs left. Plenty of time in this test match for both New Zealand and South Africa. And New Zealand needs to score at about a 3.75 marker. But Maharaj now going to be bowling his 21st over here. Yusa the feet. Almost a run out. Blundell ended up hitting it straight into Rassie van der Dorsen, and he was quick with his reaction time. Oh, we see here, it ended up smacking into, it actually smacked into his foot and almost hit the wickets. That would have been out, I believe, if it had somehow deflected, and that could have only been classed as almost Blundell running himself out, but also just the shin of Rassie van der Dorsen would have been causing him a few problems. Currently to win 256 for New Zealand. South Africa, they are currently sitting very well. New Zealand being 5 down, like I mentioned. 81% chance that South Africa win this one. 15% for the draw. And then 4% for New Zealand to be able to go on and get themselves the win. Hit along the ground there. Worked on the leg side. Blundell running hard. And they will be able to get the 2 runs. Nicely run between the wickets there for them. Currently $4.95 is what New Zealand are paying for the live odds I do see. And also, if we're looking at, well, that was for the draw, I should say. New Zealand are paying about $20-something. Or 15. That's actually quite low for them at the moment. I feel like they're really backing the Black Cats to be able to go on and get themselves a decent total perhaps here. Down the ground, no run. Once again. Also, thanks, man, from earlier on from Barry. But currently, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who will be the bowler who picks up the next wicket if there is another wicket falling very soon. I would say for myself, it's going to be Maharaj. I feel like the spin is effective currently. Geez, that snuck close. That was almost sneaking through the gap. Like they're saying, it's a dangerous one if he does get it in the right position there. And also, do you like living in New Zealand? I do indeed Like, it's very quiet where I am because I'm not really in a big city in New Zealand. So it's quite chilled out. Like, you pretty much, everyone around the area. That's going to be well played by Blundell. Once again, use of the feet there. But I guess it's an interesting one because some people, I think, would prefer a bit of a busier setting. But for us, like, it's just nice overall. Like, we don't have too much here. We don't have anything such as a KFC or a McDonald's or any big takeaway outfits. I guess is one thing that I know a lot of people get annoyed at. But, like, it's all right. You can live without this stuff occasionally. Also, Maharaj is a real threat. Very good spinner indeed he is. So Pumla also from the other end is looking pretty strong in the 2019 fifth test. As just how much did Australia need to win? Says Ahmad in 2019 fifth Ashes test. One moment, I'm going to have to get out my stats here for this one. Currently overcast, like they're saying in Christchurch. Doesn't look like there's any rain on the cards though. So currently should be able to get a full day of cricket in of the 90 overs. That is if we last for the 90 overs. A moment. 2019, the fifth one, isn't it? Fifth Ashes test match. Where are we? Right, we're in December. We'll be early in the year. January, India versus Australia. That's the wrong one. Australia versus, I'm going to find the stat for you. It's going to be one I can work out. Well bowled. Nice shot there from de Grandhomme, though. Classic cricket shot down the ground, racing away for 4. Right, I have found England versus Australia for the semi-final of the Cricket World Cup. That's not the one. We got the Ashes. Okay. 50 Ashes test. England won by 135 runs in the end. If that does help you out. And would you rather live in a big city when you're older or no? Says Ibrahim. I think it will depend on what I'm doing. If it's like retirement, I think a lot of people enjoy like the countryside life for their retirement. Whereas for us personally, like, of course, something that would be extremely awesome. Okay, Australia target was 399 that they needed to chase down. I have found out for you. I feel like it was a little bit slower than maybe a stat man on the cricket, but I got there in the end. It's Pumla now. Nice shot from de Grandhomme. Sitting on 8 off 7. We got hi, David, or hi, Hamish in the chat from David. And welcome in, David. Hope you're doing well, mate. Currently, New Zealand, they're fighting. I think is the best way of describing it. Just losing Conway, trying to rebuild here with Colin de Grandhomme. But yeah, I know a lot of people, like for kind of their mid-20s, mid-30s, do prefer a city environment just because you got more, I guess, you can do in your 20s and 30s. Like you can go out and just enjoy I guess, what is available. Like we don't really have any leisurely we have a few leisurely activities, but nothing like go-karting or paintballing or any of those ones that normally the younger generations do enjoy. But I mean, for now, I think small town's good because we can almost be not as loud as we want, but we can be relatively loud and no one like really complains. Like, because like me and George, when we film videos, we're loud. Like we are very loud. But like my neighbor, when we talked to him a couple of weeks ago, was like, I didn't even like hear you. So it was good. It was good. Currently now Blundell sitting there 42 off 96 deliveries, starting to tick over very nicely for his strike rate, still sitting at around that 45 or so, I believe it is for Blundell currently. In fact, it's probably closer to 47 if we're doing the exact calculation, or actually 48. That's wrong, I think. And also, I want to live in a small town by the coast when I'm retired. That'd be my ideal, says Abraham. And yeah, I guess it is one of those ones. Of course, people have their preferences of where they would like to be located around the country or around the world, really. Like some people want to retire overseas. Like a lot of people want to go to Australia and just kind of live the lavish beach lifestyle. But yeah. I don't know, one day I'm hoping we can do some sort of Kiwi lads holiday. Like have all 4 of us just go on a random trip, whether it's for an objective or for just some reason, and just do it as like a video. And a Proteas fan, I was hoping Conway would get his century and then go out, as says Colin Gray there. I mean, at least you were nice enough to say that he could get his century. I know a lot of people would be like, nah, I wanted him out on 99 just to hurt him a little bit. But unfortunately for Conway, just not quite able to get over the line. Do you think the Gronholm has got a century in him, Colin? Do let me know. Or Blundell is currently sitting on 42, and I want to stay in the UK. Sees Ibrahim there. Currently, Sapamla's doing decently. How much does New Zealand need to score in each over? Says Amado will quickly do some quick maths for yourself. So they need 1 moment. We'll wait to see where this ball goes. It's blocked. So it is going to be 249 divided by 66, and you're looking at 3.77 for it. And also, we have got there. Have you been to Australia much? I've been 3 times, I believe it is. First time we went Gold Coast and kind of Brisbane region. Second time went to Sydney, and then third time Melbourne for the MCG Boxing Day Test match, which was absolutely awesome. And also, we have got there. Blundell needs to score a triple ton. And there says David. I mean, a single ton would be a good starting point, of course. See if he can get himself a couple more runs on the board, get the half century, then look for about 75, then 100, slowly build himself up. The thing is, though, I personally feel if Colin de Gronholm and Blundell bat long, de Gronholm's going to overtake him for runs. I think the way that de Gronholm plays, he doesn't like being held down at one end. He's similar to Blundell, except Blundell has been very composed in the way he has been building into it here, rather than going after the wrong ball. Maharaj against de Gronholm. This is dangerous because de Gronholm, does he try and smack it for 6 and get himself caught? They're actually dropping the field. They're giving him, okay, they've actually got long on and long off back, giving him a free single down the ground if de Gronholm wants it. And also, it was in the Boxing Day Test match. It was New Zealand and Australia for that one in 2019. We did lose as New Zealand, unfortunately, but it was still an awesome match. Like Trent Bolt's wicket in the first over getting Joe Burns out. Like the MCG just went absolutely crazy for that wicket. And also, in regards to the MCG Boxing Day Test match, so it was the 2019 one and the one you are talking about. It was Australia and New Zealand on that 2019 one. It would be awesome to go back there, but I don't think with everything that's going on in the world, it would be an anytime soon venture, sadly. Nice shot once again from de Gronholm. So patient, not willing to risk getting it down the ground, but Maharaj has been pinpoint accuracy. And also, hey, Hamish, what's New Zealand's winning percentage? 99.9%, says David. It is currently 5. So not quite ideal for them, I guess you could say. I really hope we return to the Boxing Day Test. Says David, yeah, hopefully they can keep it going. And how much does a trip to Melbourne cost from New Zealand? Says Ibrahim, I believe flights used to be a lot cheaper. Currently, if you want to go to Melbourne from New Zealand, you're probably looking at about $500 one way or something, just with the costs of, I guess, everything. And then if you have to quarantine or anything, you're probably looking at a few more grand just to get there pretty much with the quarantine. But I know that quarantine is getting taken away soon, I believe. And did you not go to Australia versus England Boxing Day Test match? I didn't, unfortunately. It would have been awesome to go to. Oh. Okay. I gave it as out. Dean Elgar likes it. Went straight down. I think they'll go upstairs. Okay, they're not going to. Elgar's annoyed. Elgar's gone, boys, how about we not have a private conversation and talk to me since I'm the captain? Gosh, that's expensive. And also, pre-pandemic, you could do a $300 return. And there says David. Currently, I think Elgar's getting frustrated. I think he's getting a little bit on edge because they weren't talking to him. They were just talking amongst themselves and close. And Elgar's sitting there going, boys, are we going upstairs? And everyone's just talking to themselves around the back going, might have hit something. I think he originally got a little bit of bat on it, was my first reaction. I saw the ABs play at the MCG. A couple of years later, I saw an Elton John concert. The MCG, I assume that is, and also ROFL, which is rolling on the floor laughing. I am hip. Kind of. Not really. I'm not really hip. Like, I'm not hip for a 22-year-old. I was thinking the cost would be similar to a trip from England to Ireland, but no. And there says Ibrahim, and definitely not now. Like, they are expensive wherever you end up going. But now it is going to be Blundell sitting on strike. Well played him behind the ball. Very nicely done. I hope we get to see a replay of that last one with the LBW shout. There was some bet on it, so it would have been all right. And do you think it will be a draw, says Dark Spam? I would say at this point in time, I want to say no. I thought coming into this day that South Africa were going to be able to win, but now I'm not so sure. Currently, Maharaj, he was appealing big time and he went for it. I think the wicketkeeper might have actually had his hands on his head for that LBW shout. So I think that straight away gives it away to the umpire. It might not be completely as good as the bowler thinks, but currently 128 Ks for Sapamla. And also Devon Conway averages about 50 or above 50 in all three formats. That's why in the IPL, I think like the team that bought him got an absolute bargain because he didn't actually go for too much money, but he averages 50. He's very good, like all around the world. I'm interested to see how he goes in Indian conditions, but I think they got a real bargain because he only got one bid or something along those lines, I think it was. Nicely hit by Blundell. Hits it to the leg side out to square leg. And that is just going to be the single once again. So still ticking it over, now needing less than 250 runs to win here for New Zealand. Currently sitting 5 down to Conway and Blundell, trying to rebuild the partnership that Conway and Blundell did have before he was dismissed. LBW, and that was actually Sapamla who was able to get him. How aggressive does de Gronholm be up against pace? I know that he enjoys playing with pace on the ball. I think square legs looking pretty useful for de Gronholm if they do end up straying too straight. And New Zealand have done well. Weren't they 90 for 4? Says AFL they were. Yep, somewhere around there. They did have a good partnership between Conway and Blundell. And now they continue try and rebuild it with de Gronholm and Blundell here as well. And 63 in Test, 70 in ODI, and 50 in T20. See, that's insanely high. And yes, he probably hasn't had as many matches as some of the others, but it's still a very good average for the amount of games that he has played. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him in the IPL when it does come around. But currently, I believe we will get one more over after this one before we get to lunch, which will be 40 minutes, and then we will be returning a little bit later on with the second session, which it looks like we might get all 3 sessions, depending on how that second session goes for the Black Cats. But currently, to win, they need 248. South Africa, to win, they need 5 wickets. Just the 5. One of these two, then Southey, Wagner, Kyle Jamieson, and Matt Henry. They are the other wickets that New Zealand have up their sleeve here. As you can see, the openers didn't really perform. Young and Latham both getting up for a combined total of 1. Nichols getting 7. Mitchell, Fighting R, getting up to 24. And Conway, recently dismissed, getting 92 of 188 deliveries. But de Gronholm now on strike. Oh, that was swinging nicely for Sapamla. Almost an in-swinger with a little bit of seam. And that is going to be the end of the over. And now we've got one more before we get to lunch. Right, I think it is going to be Maharaj who does bowl the next one. They might as well stick with him. He's looking dangerous. If he can pick up a wicket just before lunch, that would be absolutely huge for the Proteas here. Currently, it will be Blundell, I believe. No, actually, it will be de Gronholm. No, it will be Blundell, in fact, who will be on strike for this one. And also, what's for lunch, Hamish? I had spaghetti on toast Tuesday. It sounds all right, doesn't it? I, at this stage, do not really know. I think it will be whatever I find when I go out there. It might be some sort of snack bar or might be just something light in between sessions, I assume. And or who do you think's a better fast bowler, Bumrah or Bolt? Says Abraham. It's a tough one because they've both got their own unique styles of bowling. Because Bolt, you're looking at left arm. Bumrah, you're looking at right arm. And also, if I could have both of them in my team, I certainly would. But it's a hard one to pick. I know that Yorker-wise, I was going to say Yorker-wise, I'd give it to Bumrah, but then Bolt's got a very good Yorker as well. Well bowled there. Lee Cullen, they got on him. Got a little bit of pressure on him here. And good old Nong Shin Ramen. Best of all the ramen noodles. And there says David Lim. Currently, Blundell. Here's the non-strikers end. He will feel his job's almost done for this session. Hey, they're just talking about the fact that they've got a fielder extremely close on the leg side. So if Colin de Grandhomme decides that he does want to have a sweep shot, I think he's just to be in the eye line of de Grandhomme. Try and put him off the sweep. As nicely bowled once again by Maharaj, who has been going back to back to back with his overs, not just in this session, but also in the one last night. I believe he bowled about 13 in a row, trying to break through for the wicket. That almost feathered the hand of the man in close. I think it might have touched the finger. Did he get one too? I think it might have been close. Yes, smacked him on the finger for the man in close, and it was on the full as well, but I don't think you can call that a chance just because of how tough it was going to be. That's going to be hit down the ground. They do get themselves a single, and that will be the end of the first session here for New Zealand. They are sitting 180 for 5 after 70, 246 to win, and South Africa, they are still chasing those final 5 wickets that they are after. But a good session, I would say, for New Zealand, other than losing Devon Conway, which was, of course, the big wicket that a lot of people thought who was going to be able to stick around right till the end maybe of this test match. But this session, 28 overs, 84 runs, a run rate of 3.07, and also they were able to get that 1 wicket of Devon Conway, and it was Sapamla was able to pick him up, who has bowled 1 for 29 off 14 overs. Maharaj been putting in a shift for his team, 23 overs bowled, and he is currently sitting 2 for 55. Also, the thing is, the thing with Bolt is he swings the ball well, and he can produce an in-swinging Yorker that can bowl any batsman or trap from LBW. Says exactly right. He's very good with his LBWs. And, I mean, Bumrah, he's good with an LBW as well, but Bumrah's more of a bowl team or a just outside of the off stump and end up getting the edge. Definitely a test match cricket, like short format. Oh, short format's even harder to decide because I want both of them in the team. But you're not allowed to do that, I wouldn't assume. It's a tricky one. I'll think about it over lunch, I think. Try and come up with a good answer, but I feel like I'll be thinking about it for a long time and still be unable to decide on who I would like. But nonetheless, we will go like this, and we will go like this as well. I will just put that we will be back for session 2. Session 2 it will be 1:40 p.m. New Zealand time. Oh, New Zealand. It's always harder to type when there's pressure. There we go. Like this. Currently, we've got Hi Amish from Village. Welcome in, mate. And also, I wonder what odds you've got on de Grandhomme, Yuvia, and Verena all scoring hundreds in this match. Says Beavis. It's a good question. I did actually see, like, if Conway had been able to bring up his 100 in every innings of this one, we would have 100 for someone. First innings, it was Irvia. Second innings, de Grandhomme. Third innings did end up being Verena. And now fourth innings, it was close to Conway, but he missed out. Wonder if we will see 100, though, for one of the Black Cats. Now, forget it. I fall asleep by mosquitoes. Wake me up. And I've learned my lesson. Never forget to buy spray for them. That's the only thing they keep them at bay, says Barry. And also, what time will it be when day 5 finishes if it's a draw? So it will be around that 6:30 mark in New Zealand. And also, AS said, where's your mum today? She is currently working, so she will be joining us probably for session 3, I think, will be her first session that she does pop in for. But then just because of the hours that she does work, it's unfortunate. She would have loved to be able to watch the full day of Test match cricket, but she does finish work about halfway through session 2. So that is why we probably won't end up seeing her till the last one. But if we do make it to the last session, I will certainly have my mum here with me for the final one of the day. And also predict me the outcome of this match, dude. Says Village. At this stage, I'm going to say still South Africa. I've stuck with South Africa throughout this day, and I'm still going with them, but I feel like a draw is also on the cards. I don't think New Zealand winning is quite there, just because they went at about a 3.03 run rate, and it seemed like it was relatively quick for them. But for them to be able to win this test match, they will, for the rest of it, need to go at a rate of 3.9. So that's slowly increasing. But Colin de Grandhomme's a player who could do that. That's the thing. He has got the potential of being able to go at that strike rate of 4 and over. But it's more of the case of what will Blundell do? Will he also try and speed up a little bit, put the bowlers from South Africa under a huge amount of pressure? Or do you just tap it out and say, I think we would be happy enough with a draw from this point, seeing as we still need 246 runs? Currently 2 sessions left for these two sides. Hopefully, we do get to see full 60 overs or so, or at least 50 overs. I'd allow 50 overs. Then if New Zealand did end up losing their wicket, it is what it is. But hopefully we do get through to the third session, because that way it does mean that we will have myself and my mum for the final one of the day. But nonetheless, I will be taking a quick break, and any sign of rain at the venue, I should say, not really. At this point in time, it's supposed to be cloudy and sunny till 3 p.m., then cloudy for the rest of the evening. So the last session will be the toughest for the Black Caps, not just because that will be the one where the pressure is most on them, but also because it's going to be the most overcast. 20% chance of rain at the moment, so nothing too serious. I believe it will be staying that way throughout at least the next couple of hours of the test match. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not the rain will fall. Tomorrow for Wednesday, it's supposed to be raining, but of course that would not be affecting this test match as it is finishing today. So nonetheless, we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get a little bit of rain. Rain would be a saving grace for New Zealand at this point in time, but then also I would argue that rain, depending on how much it is, could also be annoying for New Zealand. If it's only enough to get rid of maybe like 5 overs or so, you're getting yourself a bit of stop-start, which isn't what you want as a batsman when you're trying to just hunker down at an end and just keep on batting and batting and batting. You don't really want to go off, then come back in and have to try and re-find your form. And not clear weather, says David. Yeah, so yeah, just very overcast for the rest of this test match. But yeah, nonetheless, we will be returning at 1:40 p.m. New Zealand time, which is in about 30 minutes time. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Be sure to stick around during the lunch break. And we will see you all in about half an hour or so. And also, South Africa is in the driver's seat. They are indeed. They should win from here, is what I will say as we head off for the lunch break. But we will see you all in about 30 minutes time. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. We've got the second session of this match between South Africa and New Zealand. Day 5, New Zealand currently, to win this one, will need 246 runs of 63 overs. Now for South Africa to win, all they will need is 5 wickets. And at the moment, Blundell is sitting there 44 not out. De Grono recently making his way to the crease, sitting on 10 of 22. They're currently showing the ground, and it is overcast conditions still, which means with the new ball due in only about 10 overs time, we are going to get to see quite a bit of swing. So perhaps Rabada might be one of the keys for them in the later stages of this game. But currently in the first innings for South Africa, Irvia was the man who got the 100. In the second innings for New Zealand, Colin de Grono getting 120 not out. In the third innings for South Africa, Verena getting 136 not out. And now Conway, he was just short, getting 92. And the big question is, are we going to get to see another century in this final innings for the Black Caps? And if so, is it going to be more runs than Verena was able to get with the 136 not out? Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who you think will be winning this match. Currently, South Africa, they are certainly in the box seat in terms of the live betting odds, alongside the draw is the second most likely, but New Zealand, they have still got them at a 3% chance of being able to go on and win this test match. It's going to be a tricky one if they do so, though. Colin de Grono making his way out to the middle now to accompany Tom Blundell as well, sitting 44 of 103, like I mentioned a little bit earlier on. Last wicket, it was Conway, was dismissed by LBW, and it was Sapumla was able to get him, and I believe he will be the man who is bowling this very first over. Colin de Grono, coming off that 120, will be looking to follow it up with another very good score. Strike rate of 45.5 currently, which is quite low for Colin de Grono. Normally loves to be able to get plenty of bat on ball and really push that strike rate towards maybe about a 70 or an 80. If he can do so in this one, it will mean that he will be able to really get the Black Caps into a good position. The big thing is, after this session, if they haven't lost any more wickets, perhaps that's when they can decide maybe to go for the win. But currently, it is all about survival, trying to keep out there for as long as possible, but still keep that strike rate ticking over. If there's a bad ball, you got to punish it. It's going to be Marco Jansen would be bowling this first over of the second spell, or of his second spell, and also of the second session of day 5. We have only got a total of 63 overs remaining, which if you want a little bit more of a specific number, you're looking at around 378 balls left. Hopefully that quick maths was actually effective, and I haven't just said a random number. How many did I say? 348. I think it's actually 378 that it will be. I think I need to correct that a little bit. But currently now, New Zealand, Marco Jansen, first ball, and it is going to be to Colin de Grono now. Just warming up, and we are ready to go. It's 1:43 p.m. here in New Zealand, so I believe this next session will end at about 3:43. So we've got 2 hours worth of cricket here. New Zealand, they want to make their way through this session. South Africa, they'd love to finish this game right now. And Hamish, how are you, mates? He's tracking down under. Doing very well. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I'm slightly worried for the Black Caps at the moment. They've got a long way to go. Like I mentioned, 377 balls now. They've had one. Just got to do that 377 more times. Easy. But yeah, I hope you are doing well, mate, as well. If you're keeping busy, I assume you are, though. Keeping busy in the trucking world. That's the thing. I don't think I'd be able to drive a truck without crashing into something, and that's an honest opinion. So you do very well for yourself. I assume you haven't had too many major crashes in your time, I hope. Have you ever crashed into anything trucking down under? That's actually a question, because I know that bus drivers, like the way that they kind of maneuver, and truck drivers as well, like I would end up scraping so many cars accidentally. My short ball, he was able to get on top of it. Colin de Grono now. 130 Ks straight away from Jansen. So good speed on that one for his first delivery of the day for the second session. But 180 for 5 currently New Zealand are sitting with a lot of runs to go. They almost need to go at 4 runs per over. They do want to look towards a win here. But Colin de Grono certainly got that ability to be able to go at that many runs per over. It's whether or not Blundell also is willing to keep up with him, though, in that coming few overs before the new ball. And I feel like this is the best opportunity for New Zealand to really hit the ball around the park a little bit. But then saying that, when the new ball comes, we actually saw Rabada just absolutely brutalize the New Zealand bowling attack. We saw them get off the first 10 overs of the new ball. New Zealand went for almost 100 runs. They were going at about an 8.4 run rate. So if New Zealand can do that in a similar fashion to South Africa, then maybe this run rate that they need will go down to around the 3, which is more doable and more plausible for the Black Caps. Now to Grono, 4th ball of the over. Just whip it to the leg side, down to fine leg. And that is going to be just a single. And also we've got their floods are causing a bit of a problem. And 0 crashes, touch wood, in the SS truck. And I will touch wood as well. How long have you been a trucker for, out of curiosity? Because, I mean, that truck in your profile picture is a very big one indeed. And I assume they don't let, I guess, the youngsters drive the big trucks straight off the bat unless they do want crashes to be involved. But the floods, like all around Australia, have been brutal in the last little while. Like, there's been so much rain, so many downpours. And I guess it does make it hard to go from like state to state and whatnot. Like people are saying they can't go to school because it's too wet to even be able to get to school, which is like something even here, I don't think we've had a day. I know that if it's snowing, we haven't been able to go to school, but that's only like once every 10 years. That's going to be a shot from the Grono. Misfield in the deep. Does it lead to the extra run? No, it doesn't. They still only take the single. Currently, Australia sitting 318 for 9 in the ODI game up against New Zealand, and that is actually for the warm-up for the T20, also the ODI World Cup. And as a Kiwi, all I want is a draw, says Dark Spam. Yeah, I think if New Zealand get to a draw, they've fought extremely well in this final stage because South Africa, their bowling attack has been pretty sharp. Maharaj has been looking sensational with that ball in hand. Also, Rabada has been able to pick himself up 2 wickets as of so far. And now Marco Jansen still yet to get his first, maybe not a mile off. Big full toss. I think there was actually Tom Blundell who said, oh, wow, as that ball ended up going towards him. But that is the end of the first over from Jansen. And it is going to be 183 for 5 now for the Kiwis. 71st over, like they've said. So we've still got 9 more, then they get the new ball. And I think that's going to be the massive moment in the game. Those first 10 overs or so with the new ball, we would assume that Maharaj is not going to be bowling there, but he's still bowling with the old ball. He's bowling pretty early on in the spell, and it still looks very good. 22 years, end of March. He's trucking down under. So you've been trucking pretty much as long as I've been breathing. It's very impressive indeed. I've been breathing for quite a while. So, yeah, I guess that's one of those ones that, I mean, in that, like 22 years and not a single crash is very impressive. So you should be very proud of your trucking ability. Like I try and drive a bus in GTA and crash into 5 cars. Like just straight away. Oh, the Grono shouldn't have gone for that. It's gone up in the air. It's dropped. It's dropped by Marco Jansen van Veeren. That is actually a rugby player. It was Rassie van der Dussen who puts the catch down at de Grono. He tried to go for the sweep shot. He got it wrong. Hello, mum. De Grono goes for the big slog sweep. Hits it with the top edge, and it was a catching opportunity. Rassie, his name's not Rassie. His name Van der Dussen. He puts that one down. His name is Rassie. Keep calling South Africans the wrong names. That's a catching opportunity as well, almost for the Grono. And also few in there, says Dark Spam. And yeah, it's a big day for God. So I don't worry, mate. It will end up in a historic draw, says Village, in that one. And if it is, it would be very impressive. But it's popped out of the hands. And that's the little bit of luck that New Zealand needs. Almost the first drop catch that we've seen from South Africa in this test, other than maybe one other, which was a hard chance. How much of a difference could that drop make in this test match? Now 71.2 overs in. Blundell hits it well, but Maharaj would have loved to be able to dismiss the Grono just before the new ball. And that's the thing. Rassie van der Dussen, he took a brilliant catch in close under the lid. And that was the Tom Latham wicket. Now Maharaj, I feel like he'll be angry and want to get himself another one here. Very nicely done. But they're just showing here the slog sweep from the Grono. And we know he's going to be aggressive, even in a run chase like this, when you're almost probably more looking for the draw. He's still going to play his shots. He didn't get onto that one. Is that a warning sign for de Grono maybe not to go so aggressive? But I feel like telling de Grono not to go aggressive is like telling a golfer not to put the ball in the hole. It's like you just don't do it, because if you do it, Like, how are you supposed to finish the hole? It's a weird analogy, isn't it? Didn't really think that one through. That was off the top of the lid. I was like, come on, mate. And there says Village. Currently now, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this one goes. 8 balls or 8 overs away from the new ball. So that is going to be a total of 48 balls. Then they have the new ball in their hand, and they will have a total of around 52 overs or so to be able to bowl at them. In fact, 53. That'd be an interesting one. And also we have got there Mario in the chat. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Even though you're trying to spam a link, that's all right. How are you going? Degonono sitting 16 off 29 deliveries, and he has his lifeline. And every player loves a lifeline. Just ask Marnus Labuschagne. He's actually the most dropped batsman at the moment in Test match cricket. And then he just goes on and gets massive totals. New Zealand have just managed to bowl out Australia for 321. That's going to be a hard total to try and chase for the Kiwi woman. Now, Janssen once again going in short ball down the leg side, seeing if he can entice Colin de Grandhomme into taking it on. He decides not to as of yet, but I would assume if he keeps putting it there, de Grandhomme eventually will try and go for it. But what will be going through that man's head? Rassie van der Dussen, that could have been the opportunity. He himself knows what it's like to be dropped as a batsman. It was Colin de Grandhomme. Interesting. Rassie van der Dussen drops Colin de Grandhomme. Colin de Grandhomme drops Rassie van der Dussen. That is friendship, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be worked down to the fine leg, and it will just be the one. In 22 years, it's just reminded me I turned 44 end of this year. He's struck down another. Sorry about that. Although you're only as young as you feel. Do you feel 44, or do you feel like you're still in your 20s, like early 20s? It's where I'm sitting. I feel like I'm like 30 at times, though. I'm like when I get up, I'm like, oh, my back, or not really my back, but my knees are like weak. I'm just like, I should probably get on a treadmill. And we have a treadmill. That's the worst thing. We got a treadmill and I don't use it, and I should use it. You know what? That's up in the air from Blundell. That time he's gone. And now Tom Blundell is the man dismissed, and Janssen gets his one. He gets picked up like he's the Lion King Bavuma twice by one of his teammates who was still on him. I think he's just all over him, whoever that was. But now that has done. I still feel like I'm 21, mate. Exactly. That's good. That's good. Staying young, keep him well. And Bavuma has been able to take that wicket of Blundell. That's the one that the Black Cats did not want in this one. And Bangladesh, I do see in the chat, and they are going to be playing up against South Africa in the near future in Test match cricket. Who is that behind him? Just picks him up twice. He looked pissed. I don't think he liked being carried around there. Or it was a Makram. No, not Makram, sorry. The young man Bavuma, who's sitting at the ripe age of 32, but still in the form of his life. And that is now going to be Blundell gone. He got 44 of 100. Oops. 120. All my package, I think, has just arrived. 128 balls. I'll put. Who was that? That wasn't. I bought something like 2 weeks ago, and it's almost arriving, and I'm all excited about it. Although we bought my mum her Melbourne Stars, or I bought my mum a Melbourne Stars kit, and they had a medium tag on it. We bought it from Australia, so we had to get it shipped somewhere in Australia. And then after that, we got it shipped over here. And they put a medium tag on a size 14 child shirt. So now I don't know how I can, I've got to send it back, but it might be after 30 days. So I don't know if they'll accept it. So I might just have a child's Melbourne Stars kit just sitting around. That will definitely not fit me. This is right. I had you on from the start. But hands tied, long story. I couldn't type higher. Anyway, your golf analogy was funny. More realistic. It's like asking a great soccer striker Ronaldo AG to play goalie. That is a better one. See, that's why you guys are definitely important in these live streams, because you can work out way better ways of looking at things than myself. I was like, Kiwis and doggy doo-doo now. And also, for the love of gravy, and dear God, and South Africans call it a braai. And there, a braai or a braai. I know that braai is a barbecue, isn't it? I wouldn't mind a barbecue. And South Africa wins their Shannon. And at this stage, with that wicket falling and Tom Blundell gone, the odds will very much so increase in favour of the South Africans. I'm not actually sure how many balls did Blundell face. I just put 128 as a random number, but I don't actually think that was how many he did face, because I didn't get to put it in just when it was coming up. I'll have to look at a scoreboard very shortly, see if I did put the right number. Ronaldo actually has played goalie in top flight football, and there says David Lim. But then I guess Colin de Grandhomme at some stage has possibly looked at playing defensive. It's just he goes out. He tries to. But Kyle Jamieson now, this man, he hasn't had the best series. I know he will admit that himself. He used to be an opener back in high school. Can he kind of channel that inner opener here up against? Those guys always seem to be going at each other. Janssen and Jamieson. It's any time one of them's batting, the other one is bowling. And it's just a weird convenience of, it literally happens every time. Like anytime Janssen makes his way out, it's when Jamieson's bowling. Anytime Jamieson makes his way out, it's when Janssen's bowling. And yeah, David actually knew that, but not his natural game. And there says Dan De Castro. Colin de Grandhomme currently sitting 17 off 31. It was actually 109 balls for Blundell, so I can correct that. Boom, 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 boom. Just say boom a whole heap of time. Sound like I'm doing something. There we go. On Wednesday tomorrow. Yes, it is Wednesday, which is exciting because we are going to be doing our interview with Norm Maxwell tomorrow, the ex-All Black and Crusader. Going to be asking them your Q&A questions. So if you haven't already, be sure to check out the community tab of our YouTube channel, and you will be able to ask a question in that community tab that you do want to ask an ex-All Black. And yeah, we will be trying to get through as many as we can. We'll probably make it about 20 minutes, somewhere around there. But Maharaj now bowling. De Grandhomme forward defensive. Will this be over by the end of this session? They've still got a long time left, about an hour and 43 minutes. And if it's close, if New Zealand are about 8 or 9 down, they may look to extend it out a little bit longer. See if they do end up getting that final wicket. But Maharaj now, once again, use of the feet from De Grandhomme, hits it down the ground for one. Now Jamieson on strike. This isn't exactly a good thing for the Black Caps, though. And I think I say this every time we have a test match. He loves going for the big shots off the spinners. He doesn't like getting tied down. But the problem is he gets a couple big shots, but then he doesn't know when to stop going for the big shots. And then he ends up getting himself out. I think at the moment, Kyle Jamieson just having a bit of a chat there with one of the South Africans in close. I think he was checking to see if if his bat was maybe custom made or something. Talk is cheap, got to do a job. Comment from Markram in close. Of course, did his job in the first test match. And also we've got there, wonder if Bolty, though Big Kyle, the Flamingo back foot defense in there, says David Lim. And also we have got there, all because the other goalkeepers were down with COVID and injured in there, says David Lim there. And like they're saying, he's literally right on the side of the pitch. So you will hear every word he is saying. And Kyle Jamieson, he is a player who plays with a temper at times. So I feel like he wouldn't be afraid to try and just smack this ball into him in close if he has to. Bit of spin is what he just said to Kyle Jamieson. It's going to be an interesting one. They're just having a chat. Those two are close. And also, hello, Amish Pro. Good morning, says Michelle. Welcome in to the live stream, mate. I can't stop listening to the conversation that Markram and Jamieson are having there in close. I feel like it's going to be going back and forth throughout the next few overs up until we get the new ball. But currently, New Zealand, for them to be able to get themselves the win here, they would need another 238 runs at about 4 runs per over. For South Africa to get the win, they need another 4 wickets for themselves in the next 59 overs. And 6:30 a.m. in India, certainly an early morning start for yourself for the final test match. Although, saying that, maybe this one wouldn't still be going by the third session, depending on how the end of this one goes. If they lose Colin de Grandhomme, I would definitely put South Africa in the box seat to be able to win it by the end of this session. If they don't get to Grandhomme yet, it's still a little bit of a fighting chance that this one goes to the draw. Janssen short ball. Out. Colin de Gronholm gone. It's gone straight to the man there. He couldn't help himself for the pull shot. And Colin de Gronholm, he is now going to be gone. And that is going to be possibly, I don't know, that could be the dagger in the heart of the Black Caps. Gronholm, he did end up trying to chase that shorter ball. Hits it literally directly at the man. Couldn't have been placed any better if he tried. And Colin de Gronholm now, he is going to be on his way. We will go like this. And it was a total of 18 off 34. There we go. 34. Colin de Gronholm, he's gone. Dismissed at 1:59 p.m. There's still plenty of time. They face some moment. Come on, Colin de Gronholm. I thought you'd grown up. And then I haven't heard much of Satner as he's still playing Test cricket. I don't think he's in the Test side at the moment, but he is playing the domestic New Zealand competition, I believe. But they seem to be going away from having spinners in the side for New Zealand for some reason, because we did have AJS Patel overseas. He did phenomenal. Got all 10 wickets in India, and then they didn't play him in New Zealand in a game that they decided to play Ravindra. So I'm not too sure what's going on with the New Zealand spinning kind of aspect of who they're going to be going with. But now 7 down. New Zealand still trailing by 237. And now Jameson, and I believe it will either be Wagner or Southey. I'll probably send out Wagner here. I think New Zealand now in big trouble. But every tail ender need minimum 60-plus balls face here to save the Test match. Says Michelle, they have actually gone to Southey instead. So currently now Southey, he's had 85 matches, got quite a bit of experience. 77 not out is his highest, but more than likely New Zealand, I think losing those two of Blundell and de Gronholm just after lunch takes away any chance of winning this Test match, because de Gronholm was probably the man who could accelerate the innings in a well enough fashion to be able to help them towards the victory. But now it is all about survival here for the Black Caps. Janssen bowls it short. It was almost taken one-handed. Why do they want to play that ball in the air? Southey gets himself no run there as it went straight to the field. I believe it was just inches away. But de Gronholm, he went after it. And it couldn't have picked out the fielder any better, whether or not he didn't realize that fielder was there, or if he just thought he would hit it to the side of him. And also South Africa will walk out victorious. And there says Sam Mike, and it does look very likely at the moment, which will mean we've got a drawn series 1-1 for South Africa and New Zealand. And one that I wish we had a third Test match. Janssen, he's gone from having 0 for 50 to now 51 for 2. Straight to him, though. That was literally perfect from de Gronholm in picking out the fielder. I think it hurt his fingers a little bit there by the looks of it, but it will not hurt the South Africans to be able to get themselves to Southey very soon here. Currently 0 off 2. Jameson 0 off 7, so neither of these batsmen been able to pick themselves up a run as of yet. Janssen bowls it short. Southey not willing to take it on, and currently when we look through numbers here for the Black Caps, they are 7 down for 188. They have 58.2 overs left. Once we get down to 58 overs, you're still looking at a total of 348 balls that they will have to try and last. That is pretty much, that's more than an ODI for your tail ender if you are the Black Caps. And like they're saying, the spin that they will have next over of Maharaj, the new ball 6 overs away here. It's not looking too promising for the Black Caps, that is for sure. If I looked at the live odds, I would say they're probably sitting as a 1% chance of winning, just because that's about as low as they do let a team be. A draw, or actually Black Caps 0.5% chance of winning, I would say they'll be sitting at currently. The draw probably 1%, and then South Africa, they've got to be right up there. And at the odds, in fact, while I'm at it, I'm going to do just that. We're going to go NZ versus South Africa. I spelled Africa wrong. That was a typo. I do know how to spell it. Okay, it's 0.5% for the Black Caps, 2% for the draw, and 97.5% for South Africa. So I had it all right, other than the percentage of the draw. I did give them 1 less percent than the Google has got them. Currently now that is the end of another great Janssen over, now sitting at 188 for 7. Ever since coming back from lunch, they've only been playing for about 22 minutes. Already 2 wickets falling here for the Black Caps. Southey and Jameson, they're going to need a massive partnership here for themselves. I'm going to need to start drinking now, says David. It does mean, depending on where you are, if this match does end up ending relatively soon, it does mean you've got the afternoon/evening free. And I guess, David, you have decided that it's time for some drinking for the evening. Currently now, Jameson and Southey, 0 of 12 combined here. Wagner and Henry are the two batsmen left. Now, we know that Wagner can bat, and we know that Henry can bat. But can they bat for a full hour and a bit? It's almost a run-out opportunity, but they get through, and now Jameson gets himself a single. And now Tim Southey will hear quite a bit of the chirping from in close from the South Africans. It seems like Kyle Jameson and Mark Krim having a good old chat before. It's nicely turned off the hip, although they did have a bit of hesitation. Unfortunately, Bavuma just ended up falling over for that one and wasn't quite able to get the throw away. Hamish New Zealand, this summer, not very good. 40th match played, 2 win, and now 2 and lost on the way, says Michelle. So, yeah, a little bit 50-50, I guess you could say, for that one, literally and metaphorically and statistically, if you want to look at it that way. But the next series up against England, that's going to be a real test for them being over in England. That's going to be off the pad of Southey, but it was going down leg a little bit. The umpire says not out. Tim Southey now. Currently, they're just showing the way that Bavuma threw that one. And the way he threw it was he didn't really. It just kind of slipped out of the hand, unfortunately, for him. Nicely played by Southey. Got to try and isolate that spin, really cut it down. It's still spinning as it was making its way to Bavuma. I think Maharaj is getting a few extra revolutions on the ball now. Seeing whether or not he can pick up a ripper of a delivery. Well bowled once again. No run called by Tim Southey. At this point in time, I don't think the runs are going to be what New Zealand are looking at. It's more of the case of if we rotate the strike, it's more because we feel we should, and also because it's not looking too bad. That was Verena actually just looking up at the sky. Is there going to be some rain around? That was a little bit 50-50 from Southey. Disappointed there, Maharaj. He did bowl the arm ball there. I did just mention, but 4.1 over still the new ball. Only 25 here. If they can get one more wicket of Southey or Jameson. That was in the air from Southey, but it did end up falling safe. They had about 4 men in close. It went between 2 of them. That will be the end of the over. 189 for 7 now for the Black Cats. And at the moment, Maharaj is into his 26th over bowled. 60 for 2. Currently, what his bowling figures are looking like. That man's been impressive. He's been working hard for his side on a pitch that it didn't really look like it was going to be a spinner's surface originally, but day 5 of a test match, do normally get to see a little bit more turn, although day 4 was when he was really effective in that last session of the day. But currently, there are still quite a few spectators at Hagley Oval, which is great to see, even though they do have to be spaced out in groups of, I think it's 100 they are allowed in each kind of region of the ground. It still looks like they've got a decent attendance, but Janssen bowling once again. Short ball flicked off the pads of Jameson in the air. So everything hit to the leg side currently for New Zealand has been a little bit lofty. And Hamish Rowe next time, new beat the South Africa in 3 home turf or in their home turf. I hope so. I got someone change or something change next door, says Michelle. It's a great question. It depends on the South African side that we see here. I guess because before that first test match, New Zealand had not won a home test match up against South Africa since about 2004. So they did make themselves a little bit of history from being able to get that first win. But this is certainly dangerous from the South Africans. And if they play like this up against Bangladesh, I would say they've got a good chance of being able to win. Shout out Hamilton, says Tamai there. And also welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you and Hamilton are enjoying the cricket. Unless that's Hamilton as in like the place rather than the person. Do let me know. Currently, Southey yet to get off the mark. 11 balls faced, 0. That's what is sitting on a scorecard currently. The best of the New Zealand batsmen, it was Devon Conway, was able to bring himself up 92. Latham and Young, quite disappointing at the top of the order, unfortunately. Mitchell had a decent innings, getting up to 24. And then also recently dismissed, it was Tom Blundell, sitting on 44. So he was closing in close to the half century. Now Janssen around the wicket. Well played by Southey once again, just trying to keep that ball along the ground, get that elbow high. Currently 56.3 overs remaining. So once we get to the new ball, I assume South Africa will take it straight away. So they would have 53 overs with the new ball at the Black Cats, which you're looking at 318. I think there's still a little bit of chat going on out there. Tim Southey, he's got a big smile on his face. He's loving it this point in time. Jameson at the non-strikers in. Won't be too keen to get on strike here because it seems like that's some good short bowling. And once again, just going down the lead side. Well, Rossi van der Dussen and Sally, I think are just having a talk about technique. He was actually he was going like that. So I'm not sure whether it's friendly advice or whether it's actually like, I guess, a little bit of maybe sledging. I think it was actually kind of friendly advice saying just make sure you keep that elbow up. I think Tim Southey's keen for some advice. He's gone back over to him. And also, test match cricket is a struggle. The balance of a game can change. In this test, South Africa got bonus runs in lower order, which was what happened to them when we batted in the first test, says Robert. And yeah, I think it's really those partnerships in that middle order as well. I don't think there was a single partnership for South Africa. I could be wrong here. But in their second innings, I don't believe there was a single partnership that didn't bring up at least double figures. Like every time they were getting more than 10. So straight away, you got 100 runs on the board. And then after that, when you got a 50-run partnership, 100-run partnership, adding on to that, like you can get yourself around that 354 mark, 364 in the first innings as well for South Africa. 2 very good innings, which has bumped them up big time. But that's the end of the over, and it's 190 for 7 now for the Black Cats. And Hamish Road bouncing track used in New Zealand. I remember 1999 tour against India matches inside 3 days. That pitch is needed once again. Says Vishal. Although I will say, like, credit to the Hagley Oval pitch, kind of, I guess you could call them the groundskeepers and the staff, because this pitch has not really deteriorated at all. Although sometimes that can be considered as not a good thing, can't it? But still looks like it's in pristine condition. Could go another 4 days on it if they really needed to, although sadly we don't get to see that. If we did, I would be well and truly happy. So we'll get to keep on covering it on the channel. It's been a fun 40 or so hours by the time that this one's over that we have been covering test match cricket, and we've got plenty more coming in the future. Pakistan, Australia, just around the corner. We are going to be covering some of that one, and also hopefully some of South Africa versus Bangladesh when it does come up. Advancing down the wicket for Kyle Jamieson. Does get it down the ground, and it's a couple bounces for 4. Now, I did mention about his aggression towards spinners. He likes to go after them, but it's whether or not he does go after them a few too many times can get him into trouble. Both teams minimum 60 overs played that time. I'm watching that time in there. Here's Vishal, but a good use of the feet there from Kyle Jamieson. Met the pitch of the ball. Everyone in close was jumping all over the place, hoping that the ball wasn't going to go up and hit them. Oh, that was off the inside edge of Jamieson. Goes straight out to mid-wicket, which is Bavuma. Man, he was able to take the catch of Blundell. Farina liked it. Not far, Keshi is the comment. It is the arm ball again. He disguises it so well for Maharaj. You can never tell when it's coming. A ball right in the slot. It is kept out there by Kyle Jamieson. 1 ball left of the over now for Maharaj. He probably knows that he's only going to get 1 or 2 more overs here. That is due to the fact that, sadly, the new ball is just around the corner. And I think it's sadly for him because he would have loved to be able to keep on going and going and going. It's going to be the end of the over, and it will be 194 for 7 now. Right, 55 overs remain. I'm doing all the quick maths in my head here, trying to work out how many balls remaining for the Black Cats. They will have to face a total of, once the maths comes through in my head, I've got to kind of calculate. I believe it's another 330 balls left that they will have to face here. I feel like cricket is great for maths. If anyone does have a child that they're like, I want him to learn maths, or I want her to learn maths, just make her watch a game of test match cricket, or him watch a game of test match cricket, and then just try and like get them to work out the overs, because it's good for the 6 times tables as well. I feel like all of these also just teaching them maths, but it's not as fun as cricket, that is for sure. I think we'd all agree on that. We would much rather be watching cricket than in the maths class. And even better, if your maths teacher likes cricket, maybe he'll put it on for you during the... I don't think they're allowed to do that. But if he did, or she did, they're a great teacher. Not really. They're probably quite bad at their job if they let you watch test match cricket the whole day at school. I didn't get to watch test match cricket at school. We were a bit more strict, I guess you could say, but that is another dot ball there. Currently, second new ball is due in 1.4 overs, and they're talking about whether or not Maharaj does get an opportunity with the new ball the way that he's going, or whether they go, I think they'll go Bavuma, and they'll either go Mulder, or maybe Janssen gets a couple more after that, and then they'll bring in Sapamla as the next change. Like they're saying, unexpected bounce from a tall man like Janssen might be quite crucial for the new ball to try and throw them off a bit. It's another short ball, well glided down by Tim Southee. It was going right into the armpit, but he has been able to hit it downwards. Currently, Jameson, he's on 6 runs. Southee yet to get himself off the mark, still sitting on the 18 deliveries, but runs aren't really important for the Black Caps here. It is all about trying to survive. They have still got a long way to go in this test match, and also New Zealand needed a spinner. Oh, I have 4 seam bowlers who all do the same thing. I agree. Like for me, I'll ask the question, Jeremy, out of the 4 seamers, who would you have dropped for this match? And then, because I guess that's the thing, the Gronome's done all right for being like brought in, but then he's also, I guess you could call him a seam bowler alongside the rest of them. So you got Wagner, you got Henry, you got Southee, you got Jameson, and then you have also got yourself Colin de Gronome, and then even Daryl Mitchell, if needed, can also bowl. And Hamish Bro, Wellington, Auckland, Hamilton, Dunedin, Christchurch, Napier, that venue used in New Zealand test matches. Yeah, we kind of do have our normal about 6 that they like to go to. The Bay Oval has become more of a popular one, and also what field have they said? They've got 2 men still in close here under the lid, and then also I believe they got 1 slip in a gully, and then everyone else is quite tight in. But Southee getting his first run there. And Jameson says, Jeremy, I'm 100% in agreement. He hasn't quite performed in this series. So I probably would have ditched Jameson. And unfortunately, because who's their spinner in the squad? Is it Rachin Ravindra, I guess? They didn't even bring in AJS Patel, which I feel like was a little bit of a mistake from the get-go. I think he would have been a better option than Rachin Ravindra. Flicked off the pads or flicked off the arm there of Jameson down to square leg, and they do get themselves a single to close out the over of Janssen. And does Field suggest the line and length they will bowl? I believe with 2 men in close, you're always going to see a little bit of short stuff from Janssen, definitely because he's 6'8" and that extra bit of bounce that he does have. I think for Rabada, they'll have a couple more slips and maybe less men in close. But for now, while they've got the old ball, they're just hoping that the ball will pop up a little bit. And so far, every time they've bowled short, other than a couple occasions, New Zealand have hit that one in the air on the leg side. They've got to be very careful. And AJS as well, says Jeremy. But yeah, I can't believe they didn't pick him in the squad for it. Like, they picked Rachin Ravindra, but like AJS was coming off some, like probably almost the form of his life in India. And they just got rid of him and bring back Victoria. The thing is, he plays in the rugby versus cricket matches every once in a while. He still bowls phenomenally. Like, if it wasn't for him wanting to retire and maybe like age catching up with him, like he would still be a world-class bowler. Like with Osman, he still delivers it beautifully. And we do miss him a little bit, I guess, for New Zealand, because having that man who not just bowls well, but also can bat outstandingly, like in that middle order, like having an all-rounder who bats about 7 as your spinner, I feel like is so ideal, because then you can have your 4 seamers and know that you've still got that spin option if you need it. And Hamish Rowe, when the last test match played at Napier, that was part of the Bangladesh-New Zealand tour. So probably early January, I think it was, at the Bay Oval. Wait, no, is that Napier? That's Mount Maunganui. Uh-oh. I'm gonna look like a goose here. Is Mount Maunganui and Napier the same place? No, I just did a no from the kitchen. So a little while then. Since the last and I've turned bright red. It's unfortunate. I just made myself look like a goose. And these commentators are annoying, says Paddy Wagon. Is that the ones at the ground, I assume, rather than myself? I mean, to be fair, if I am annoying, you've done well, Paddy, for how long you've stuck around with us. All Maharaj might have really just hurt the finger there. Luckily for him, it's on the right hand. He does spin with the left. And can you recall Danny Morrison innings at Eden Park where he scored less than 10 in the partnership of near 100, says Robert. I mean, it's one of those ones that, oh, that's so plumb. No, it's gone over the top. I think that's possibly bounced a bit too much. They said no. I gave it out straight away, but luckily, I think it's gone over the top. It just looked like a good delivery. I think it might have been the arm ball, but that's going to be the end of the over. And also, that venue, New Zealand recently not used a Test cricket. Why? New Zealand good record on that ground in Test cricket. I guess it just depends on, like how well the ground's kept, and that type of thing. But I don't remember that Danny Morrison one. I remember watching the Ashes 2019, Jack Leach, and it was Ben Stokes. That one was a phenomenal finish to that match, and you'll find the game commentators in there, says Paddy Wagon. So that'll be Craig McMillan, I believe. It's one of the ones that I can hear, but they're taking on the new ball now. Hopefully we get to see a replay of that one because I was giving it out, but I think it was bouncing quite high. The more I think about it, the more I think that it was just a little bit of a burst of excitement that I was like, yep, that's out. It's got to be out. I haven't actually checked it, but now Janssen, with the new ball in hand, this one could go anywhere in terms of the amounts that it bounces. If he gets it off the seam, how many slips have they got? They've got one slip, surprising, at the moment. Kyle Jameson, they've still got the 2 men in close, one at bat pad on the leg side. That's straight up in the air. Jameson disappointed. Janssen said mine. The fella with the helmet said mine. They collide in the middle with a pitch when it went straight up from Jameson. He is still down and it's the wicket. Dismissed. They didn't get it. But Janssen, the short ball, Jameson off the face of the bat. Both men in close were running for it then. It was the bowler. Normally you let the bowler take that one and he collided straight with the chest of Janssen. And the funny thing is, the man with the helmet got the worst of the brunt. Yeah, he's the one with the helmet. And he looks like he's got a bit of a head injury at the moment. And Janssen's going, why are you coming towards me? It was actually, oh no. It was Markram, the man who's been talking so much smack to Jameson in close. Would have loved to be able to take that catch, but instead, now he's left lying on the pitch. And also, you should have let the bowler taken that. Says David, yeah, normally bowler gets first grabs. Definitely if he is, like he was still upright in the way he was running in. Now Jameson goes after it, hits it over the top of the slip cord, and this looks like it's going to be racing away to the boundary. So a little bit more insult to injury for Janssen there, but what a collision that was between the two. The worst thing is, because that's happened, I probably don't get to see the replay of me LBW from the over before. They've got another 4 there. Jameson only just getting onto that one, top edge. Looks like he's decided he wants to do what Rabada did to up against New Zealand, and that was wear down that new ball as quickly as possible. I mean, Rabada, he did it very nicely, 47 off 34. And also, Betty Bro, Hamish Bro, feels slightly sad for New Zealand. After all, everyone love our team wins. But if they lost, there's some feel bad. Says Michelle, that's gone high in the air, and that's going to make them hurt a little bit more because that's the wicket of Kyle Jameson. 12 off 23. He is now dismissed. South Africa are running straight through them. Jameson, how do you spell Jameson? I think it's like that. No, it's Jameson. Jameson, he is dismissed. 12 off 23. And now this man might get himself a 5 for here. He keeps on going well with the ball in hand, but the new ball was not effective there. That's a brilliant take from Rabada, the way it was falling down. But New Zealand lost a couple more wickets. They still have over 300 balls that they are going to need, or need to survive, in fact, I should say. But currently New Zealand are 201 for 8. Hello.
What the hell are they doing?
Well, they're losing wickets in a hurry, aren't they? Unfortunately.
Your dad yelled out as cheap green fees at Russell.
And 1-1, very good series, says Karis there. Hello. Currently 2 in a row almost. And Janssen's actually got 3 wickets in the last half an hour or
Yeah.
so, or maybe 40 minutes.
Yeah, since I've been home.
Oh, they're lucky charm.
Not.
And New Zealand top order let them down this game rare, says Karis. Yeah, they certainly did. Latham and Young both losing their wicket for only 1 run combined. Now Neil Wagner, best of 66 not out. That's not really what he will be looking at. He'll be looking at how can they survive. Is there any chance of rain or bad light? Not really, unfortunately. I think we're going to get a full in fact, it's about 3.5 hours left. Jameson, he tried to smack that one high. Okay, that wasn't rain on the lens. That was just a little bit of a smudge. I thought for a second that maybe there was a little bit. I'll check the weather in Christchurch in a moment and see whether or not there is any chance. But originally it was going to be, I think it was 3 or 4 p.m. There was a 30% chance, but that's all gone now. I've said that that's not happening anymore. It's still 20% chance of rain. Although that's the other side of it. I don't know whether or not New Zealand, like, they'd take a draw if it did rain, but I don't think that's the way they want to get the draw. I think they want to be able to bat it out for the next 314 balls. It's quite a few, isn't it? Would you like to join me?
Well, there's probably not much point, is there?
Oh, you'll get to see a couple more wickets. Currently now 1 more ball left of the Janssen over. 2 men still in close, and they've also got that leg gully. Oh, that's at the finger of Southie, I think. And that is going to be the end of the over. And it is going to be 201 for 8. There was an LBW shout before, but I didn't get to see the ball tracking because they had like the close chance of getting them out next ball.
No.
It's unfortunate, really. And also the reality is 3rd innings won this. New Zealand had no answer to slow South African bats. Verena, even Rabada scored almost 15, maybe lack of a spinner shrug, says Dan De Castro. Yep. They'll be regretting no Aegis Patel, I would think.
How many wickets does Fly got?
He is currently, Maharaj has got 2. 2 for 65 off 28.
I probably deserve more.
He's bowled very well. And also we've got there, Amish Pro South Africa first test match performance in this game. Very big difference, huge difference for them. And it was like that question earlier on that someone said, they asked, were you surprised with how South Africa played in this match? And I said back about how I wasn't surprised with how they played in this test match. I was more surprised at how they played in the first test match because it wasn't the South Africa that we're used to seeing. But I feel like if there was a 3rd test match here, we would get to see plenty more excitement. And that one nicely played by Neil Wagner. And he likes a little bit of chirping and close, little bit of chatter going on. So he'll probably end up smacking someone with a bat. Nicely played once again from Wagner. And they just need to somehow, for New Zealand, survive this new ball. And it's quite interesting. They did actually mention yesterday, I think it was, 201 is actually the most runs that has ever been chased in a second innings at Hagley Oval. Of course, people have been able to score more than that, but for a successful run chase, 201. So that's what the Black Caps are sitting on now, and they still need to double it and some to be able to get towards that total. So the draw is definitely the one that's more on the cards. That's uppish from Neil Wagner outside edge. There's going to be 2 runs at least here for Neil Wagner. It's getting close to the boundary. I think it's going to pull up, though. And it does end up pulling up, and they do just get the 2 runs. And also should add a 3rd one in there, says Dan De Castro. And yeah, I wish there was a 3rd test match. I feel like it would be nice having one next week, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah, sadly, 2-match series are just the thing that we do here in New Zealand, apparently. Irish New Zealand lost the test match in day 2 because they lots of runs leaked in day 2, yeah. There was that session that they seemed like they were more going, we want to try and let South Africa play the game and hope that they make the mistake. But you can't afford to do that up against a team like South Africa because we saw Rassie van der Dussen. He was able to get some quick runs. Then also alongside him, I believe it was Mulder, who they did need to put the pressure on early. He also got about 35 in that one. Currently 1 ball left of the Maharaj over. And the fact that he is getting to bowl from one end with a new ball, that was a ripper of a delivery. And that is going to be the end of the over. But the fact that he is still bowling with the new ball lets you know exactly what you need to know about how he has been bowling. The fact that they'd rather go with him than Rabada at the other end. been going very impressive. So I'd say that Janssen probably gets either switched out eventually for Rabada, or maybe Maharaj, since he's bowled about 10 in a row here. They might decide to get rid of him since he's already bowled 29. And also day one, 239 for 3. And lunch after, or day after lunch, 364 all out South Africa. That the New Zealand big mistake, says Vishal there. And also looking through at the totals we've seen, it just seems like there's not enough big scores. We've only got 5 who did get into double figures. And then the other 3, I mean, Young and Latham both being dismissed on their second ball did not help. At the top, Nichols also out for 7. And that one by now, Janssen bowling. Once again, well played by Tim Southey. He'll be worried about his fingers here, I would think, Tim Southey, because they will certainly be targeting them for the next little while. But 132 Ks, that's how fast Janssen's getting it down. Just enough pace to cause that indecision of Southey. And sure, Vishal, but New Zealand recovered. It's day 4. South Africa runs that won this, says Dan De Castro. Yeah, New Zealand put in a good fight in that second innings to be able to get up to 293 after losing their early wickets on that day as well, which is something we don't normally have for New Zealand. That's almost hit Tim Southey in the chest, I believe. This is going to be an ugly little period for Southey. He's going to have to put up with a bit of an onslaught to the body, to the fingers, around the helmet, and then eventually maybe he loses that concentration, tries to pull shot, and they do have a man out there ready to catch it. And if New Zealand should 300 runs in first innings of the game, some things change the situation, says Vishal. Although they would have probably needed 350 or so, because it would only be another 7 runs added. So, good bouncer on Southey there, ducking out of the way of Janssen's bowling, who's actually also been bowling pretty economically throughout this. He's bowled 58 overs. He's bowled 18.3 overs there as well. That was close to Southey's head. In the replay, it looked like it was going to hit him straight on, even though I knew it wasn't going to, because I did watch the ball. Southey, 1 for 28. I think by the sounds of it, the commentators are asking for a third test match. Pull shot, almost a diving catch, but rolls down to fine leg out to Rabada. In fact, that was Sapamla out there. Like they're saying different conditions for the second test, less grass cover on the pitch. And the thing is, with less grass cover, I guess you would think there wouldn't be much spin, but Maharaj has proven that this is a spinner's surface when you get it in the right region. Currently now Wagner just marking centre, marking off stump as well. Like they're saying, Janssen and Wagner, these two have had the battle throughout the whole test series. Anytime one of them's bowling to the other, you get about 4 short balls in a row just to say, welcome to the crease. Have another one. They've got one man at deep square leg, a man at kind of a mid-wicket, but halfway in between mid-wicket and the boundary. Got another man out deep back with square leg. Now moving a man round to kind of a deep fine leg. Also the man at bat pad, that is what the leg side looks like, alongside having a kind of wide mid-on. Short ball straight away. Only about chest height though for Wagner, so he was able to evade it. And I think New Zealand missed the Trent bowl. This match is a big blow. Kane Williamson miss also is big loss for New Zealand, says Vishal. Although South Africa, they have also got Peterson missing. It's another one to look at. Would you like to come sit with me? I see you just sitting there on a chair next to the green screen. Would you like to come in for a chat?
For 10 minutes.
10 minutes. You're only giving them 10. Brutal. Right. I will shuffle over. There we go. Like that. Like that. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
So, black caps, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Are you enjoying it?
Wow.
What a fun question to ask. Do you want a headset?
Do I need one?
Up to you. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, but it means you have to swap yours.
That's all right. There you go.
Well, don't you want it?
Nah, that's all good. There you go. Yep.
Yep.
And yay, mum. And there, and Paul Southey, he likes to slog. He's not Jack Leach. as well, and who faced 100 balls for 1 run. Sally can last 3 overs, build him a statue. Says Dan De Castro there. Hit down the ground. That's a good shot from Sally.
Isn't it?
And what we're going to quickly do is we will go like that, and we will go like that. There we go.
No. I was wondering why you had it there.
It was just so that I could squeeze everything in. I had hay fever for about an hour at the start of this one.
Did you not take your pills?
I did.
You should have taken them this morning instead of last night.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
No, it didn't work.
And the hay fever one, I just kept on. Oh, I didn't sneeze too often, which was good. I was Irish Pro New Zealand Team Selection Committee charge after this test series. I am disappointed for selection committee. That was close to the stumps.
That was close to everything.
Tim Sally just
the middle of the bat.
Yeah, no, he was way to the side there, Tim Sally.
So have we batted poorly? Have they batted? Have they bowled well?
I'd say Maharaj has been very good. Tim Sally swinging for that one again. Going to go out and falling safe, and it looks like we'll be racing away to the boundary. These are just it's going to pull up about a metre short, literally stopping that ball. But yeah, Tim Sally's just gone after it here. But overall, the batting in the middle order, I would say, was better. But it's just how much they had to make up for the low totals for the openers.
Yeah.
And so Nichols also getting 7. Like Daryl Mitchell, he did all right. He lasted a little while, getting 24. Then Blundell up to 44 off 109. Conway just shyly missing out on the century. That was almost paired first.
Yes, I was going to say.
And I was like, hello, good morning, Auntie. And yeah, it says Vishal.
How's it going?
I was like, sorry, Auntie New Zealand lost the test match with just 2 wickets remaining. And there says Vishal.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, Sally's swinging. Sally's just decided I might as well see if I can increase my average here.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, they're not going to win it.
Yeah, there's no point going into the last session, really, is there?
Nah.
Unless, imagine the scenes. Close to a no ball.
Yeah, it is.
Probably don't want to accidentally bowl. There he goes. He's gone up in the over the covered region as well. But I guess this is actually a good tactic from Southie.
Yep.
Because depending on how aggressive he is, maybe that means that South Africa do have to put a couple more men out.
Yeah, well, it gets them away from the close quarters, doesn't it? That's the only way to get rid of the people in close, isn't it? Working the shit out of it.
And maybe Tim believes in terms of some demented real odds, better chance to win than last 3 hours for a draw, says Dan De Castro.
There's no way they can draw this now.
You know who said that?
Who?
Everyone at Headingley for England and Australia.
Were they 8 down?
Yep. They were 9 down and they needed 100 and something run partnership.
Yeah, but how many overs?
Still not too many. It was probably not this few. But they needed a few more. You know, they did well. Those 2 Stokes, love him.
Yeah.
And also Jack Leach, you love him. Also, your sub said, I love you. So, cheers. I know, I'm a dreamer, says Dan De Castro.
Fair enough.
I love you, South Africa, says Yusuf there. Flicked off by Neil Wagner. That's going to be single once again. And you might as well go after the spinner because the pace bowlers are just going to bowl at your chin.
Yep.
So if you get the chance.
That's what we did to them, isn't it?
Yeah. But the taste of the own medicine
Yeah,
there, isn't it?
and that's the only problem with bowling short shit. You get it back at you.
Although I guess it's a little bit of that give and take, isn't it? Someone's going to start it. So in most cases, it's us.
Yeah.
And also, I'm world biggest fan of South Africa, says yourself there. You'll be very happy with the way that this one is going. And Hamish Nathan Astle, I want a new batting coach for New Zealand because Nathan Astle knows how the batting order want to play a different condition. What's your think, Hamish Bro? Says Vishal. I mean, I get why people straight away say sack the coach, but the coach wasn't the reason both of them got out on their second ball. That was their bad.
Yeah,
like Latham hit it to the guy in close. Young chased the ball he didn't need to play. So I feel like the batting coach can only get so much kind of say in it. He can't hold the bat for them. And if he could, he'd probably get another double 100. Nathan Astle. But yeah, I think it's a tricky one because as a batting coach, you kind of, it's same with the bowling. If the bowling's bad, the bowling coach, everyone goes, oh, it's his fault.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle Jamison's going bad, bowling coach's fault. But really, it's Kyle Jamison who needs to work out what he's doing. He's a professional athlete at the end of the day. That is going to be the 2 runs for Southie, just 2. They've gone for. And also last year at this ground, who was the Kiwi, To take the most wickets, says Robert Hooker. Last year at this ground. Geez, that's a good question. Was it Southey or Bolt or Wagner? I feel like it was probably out of those. In fact, was it Jameson? Jameson had found some real good form.
Jameson got a few wickets and then he's done nothing since.
With bat or ball. Sadly.
Yeah, well, he's not an all-rounder or a bowler, unfortunately, at the moment.
And also AB de Villiers, world cricket father. And their short ball once again, nicely played by Tim Southey, working it down to fine leg for the single. For 120k ball or 130k ball from Janssen there. Oh, I'm going to make sure that this scoreboard is still updating. There we go. 48.2 overs left.
Oh, well, they stick around for a bit, but South Africa aren't going to let them do that, though.
And yeah, top order in 4th innings. Tricky pressure of huge runs on the board, but still wanting to try to win in there, says Dan De Castro. So Wagner, he got 49.
He did.
Southey, that's the thing. Out of the 3 last guys, Wagner, Southey, and Henry, Southey's actually had the only one who hasn't got a 40, I think, in the last match. So maybe this is his time.
Maybe it is.
Because Matt Henry, I believe, will face more than one ball like he did in the first innings.
So was that a shit shot he went out to?
He just went after it a little bit too much. Oh, that's a good ball, and that's going to be the wicket, is it? They've gone up for it. I think they'll go upstairs by the looks of how excited they were for that. And World Test Championship format, you lose a lot of percent for draws, says Dan De Castro there. And also New Zealand was lucky that South Africa in the first game was for 10 days in isolation and no friendly games, says it Johannes there.
Yeah.
And also, Hamish, I got a feeling the duo of Sally and Wagner can save the test for New Zealand. Do you agree? I think one of them might have just gone out. But we'll have to wait and see whether or not he did. But if he doesn't, maybe.
He didn't think he'd hit it, though. Oh, pull that soft glove.
You think that's got a little glove on there? I can't hear it, so I don't know whether or not. No. So I don't know whether or not there is that little sound of it. What's good, Kiwi lads, at the moment? South African bowling from Janssen. It's very good at the moment. And good morning, says Danville. Welcome in to the live stream, mate. That's very close to a glove. That's very close to a glove. How has that not hit the glove?
Holy moly.
How has that not hit the glove? It literally looks like it's brushed over the glove, but there's no noise. Wagner survives.
Wow.
That's about as close as you can get to a glove without hitting it. Wicket, please, says Prince Sharma there. And also, reason top order. We're in a pickle. And there's Dan De Castro. That's going to be not out. A review loss by South Africa won't phase them too much, I wouldn't think.
2 wickets to get anyway.
I think they've still actually got 2 wickets remaining. And Verena, I think he's saying the same thing. Where?
Yeah.
How did that not hit the glove?
There was a noise.
There was a noise?
Yeah.
So maybe the bat handle or something. Oh, no, they've only got 1 review left, South Africa.
Yeah.
There is a noise. I think it was
noise.
The thing I'm thinking straight away, maybe the foot scraping.
Yeah. But Wagner never showed any emotion.
Which is rare for Wagner. It's another short one.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than he probably thought too.
That's 85 overs down, 216 for 8 now. And old Ollie boy, yes. And there says Reed. I guess if Ollie is old, I learned that trucking down under, he has been trucking for 22 years.
Wow.
Which is impressive, isn't it?
So does he drive the big rigs?
Yeah.
The big long ones?
Yeah.
Oh.
Never crashed one either. Touch wood again. Because we did say that on the when he was in. But currently sitting at 48 overs to go. So if you were to do some quick maths, Mumsy, if you're going 48 times 6, what you're looking at?
Heaps.
Okay. Good. Good. I'll give you a hint. 488. Or sorry, 288.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Good.
Yeah. I said before, if you've got a child that you want to teach maths, rather than teaching them maths, just let them watch test match cricket.
Or dartboard.
Dartboard. Either one will work, but like random times, probably cricket's slightly safer than sharp objects. But yeah.
Well, when they're a bit older, of course, with the dartboard. But
yes,
you can get those plastic ones.
That's true. And
with the magnet.
Just pretty much be like, right, Black Caps currently have 10 overs left. How many balls is that? 6 times tables, 60. They need a run rate of about, or they have a run rate of 4.2. Nah, maybe not decimals. That's a bit too specific. Even I wouldn't be able to work that out in my head. Maybe with some paper, though, Just be like, right, the Black Caps, they currently need 210 runs off 48 overs to win. How much is that run rate? And then you're probably looking
4 point something.
Yeah, it's about 4. It actually is about 4.8, I think. I'm going to look this up, though. Actually, it won't quite be that high.
Everyone's asking about rain. No rain forecast. Sorry.
It's looking like it's going to be a nice finish. 210 divided by 48, 4.3. See, I should have spent a bit longer at the maths table.
Yeah, but you don't have to because you got those.
Yeah, calculators are great. Like, whoever made them, good job. Sure he's watching. Inventor of the calculator. That was the first wicket of Conway, and he did review it.
Yeah, because it looked like it was going down leg.
Yeah, except it was 3 reds. That was the blunder wicket to Bavuma.
Shocking.
That was to Gronholmes. If you thought that was shocking from Blundell, Gronholmes straight to the man. That wasn't much better from Kyle Jamieson.
What was he thinking?
And also, nice commentary says Denver. Thank you very much, mate. And also, how much guess how old Keelan is? It's Keelan 17. I'll go with.
Okay.
How old will you say Keelan is?
I have no idea who Keelan is, but we'll go, 18.
18. There you go, Ollie. Apparently, this partnership 15 runs or 27. Still, that's the thing. It's looking cloudy and overcast.
Yeah, but it can look like that for days down here, can't it? Yeah. Same here.
Apparently 15 overs.
A little bit of drizzle during the drinks break.
Really?
Yeah. The lights may have to come on.
Is that now?
Yeah.
Okay. A little bit of drizzle. Well, it sounds like it was Mum's man of the match. Shot from Southie there over the top of the slip cordon, and that looks like it's going to be racing all the way for 4 runs. Or is it? Oh, yes, just. That will tire out about 4 South Africans who were chasing it. So currently a little bit of drizzle.
Apparently, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Drinks break.
That's why you don't trust a weather report in Christchurch.
No.
Or anywhere in New Zealand.
But it could be drizzling there, but it won't be drizzling on the other side. It snowed one half of Christchurch, not the other.
That's true.
Yeah.
And how many Kiwi batsmen have gone out pulling or hooking? I mean, if we count like kind of that back foot mid-wicket pull as well, you're probably looking at about 4. 4. I know Latham's was a turn off the hip to the leg side.
Yeah. So
Gronholmes was a shocker.
So man of the match, you'd have to give it to the wicketkeeper batsman, wouldn't you?
Verena.
Well, he stayed there when they needed. Oh, it's a type of drizzle that if it comes, it may not go, and if there's no wind, but there's.
Is that just the New Zealanders in the commentary box praying for rain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, McCullum should know something about.
It's not going to need it. That's gone straight up from Tim Southey. There's a man under it, takes the catch, and now they're 9 down.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter about the drizzle.
Type in Southey there. Southey, 17 off 41 deliveries. There you go. And Rabada added back into the bowling attack, does now pick up another wicket. From South Africa. Hi, says Alamar Gaming. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, Jameson and also, I mean, you could add Tim Southey in there. That was almost a pull shot, wasn't it? So yeah, quite a few, about half the team at this point, and counting. Tim Southey gone.
Then again, man of the match, one of the bowlers. How many wickets did Rabada get in the first innings?
Ooh. Did he get a five? He got a fifer.
So you'd almost give it to Rabada then.
He's sort of 47 in his batting as well, Rabada.
Yeah, so Rabada might get it.
I hope the Black Cats are not trying to end this before that is Twitchcast starts at 3. Jaguar Gators Twitchcast. I haven't heard of Jaguar Gator.
No, who's he?
Don't know, but
she?
10 minutes left. Could be over by then. Matt Henry, he can bat long, but can he bat for 47.3 overs?
No.
It's a last wicket partnership.
Well, nobody else has, so why should he? Sorry.
I can see you driving that big ute.
Nah, too big and bulky. I'd rather it be Porsche or something.
Noted. Birthday's coming up.
Oh, yeah. You don't make that much money.
No. It's 7 a.m. clock in my country. Please tell my country, India or Bangladesh. one of the two, because I believe Vishal earlier on said it was 6:30, and that was about half an hour ago. That's a misfield there. Or Sri Lanka, actually.
She's make up your mind.
I think I've got it out of one of those three.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Tim Sally just ends up hitting it to the leg side, mid-wicket. It's a good take. Backwards over the head. I think it was Sapumla was able to take that catch. And the man of the match, Rabada, says Thomas there. And no, says Alamer. Right, so it's not any of those three, I assume. Okay.
7 a.m. is it? South Africa? No.
Is that Indonesia or Singapore?
Oh.
I know South Africa, they're currently sitting 3:50 or 1:50 a.m. So it's not there. And Hamish, final wicket remaining, says Vishal, it is indeed. Pakistan, damn. How did I forget Pakistan? Out of all of them, I said India.
Yeah.
I said
Sure.
Sri Lanka. I said Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Pakistan. Last one. Pakistan coming up against Australia very
That
soon.
should be quite exciting, shouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't play anything now until
The Netherlands.
25th of March, I think I saw. And South Africa go home for a while.
Mm. And they've got Bangladesh next.
Who?
I do see South Africa.
When's that?
I
Is
think
it
that's
later in the year?
I think that's about mid-March as well.
Oh, I didn't see that on there.
Oh, it doesn't have it on Tribe, I learned. I had to look
Yeah.
up international tests.
So that's why it doesn't come up on there. Okay.
Yeah. And also, Rabada, very quick fire, 47, added a lot of pressure to the chase total plus his wickets. Yeah, like him for man of the match. And Keelan is 21, so you were closer.
No.
Good job.
You got to send photos, otherwise you got no show.
Mm.
No, don't send photos.
Currently, Matt Henry about to have his first ball faced of the second innings. If he survives it, it's more than he lasted for the first innings.
Mm,
Can he do it?
don't know.
The suspense is building.
It is.
Jansen's steaming in. Short ball right up in the armpit. It's kind of one that you don't want straight away, but you expect straight away, isn't it? You think in your head, right, I'm getting a short one here, but no matter how much you think that, you still have that feeling that they might pitch it up, so you can't duck until later. And then by then, you're stuck.
Mm.
2 men in close, though, for South Africa. Also, they have got, I believe, still just the one or two slips. Yeah, just one slip. Short ball, probably why. Currently now, Jansen, he has still been bowling extremely well. And also, Hamish New Zealand disappointed after the match because every time they not won the series against South Africa, what's the problem for New Zealand? Says Vishal. I think it's consistency.
Yep.
And if they can find a little bit more consistency.
They've got to play more test matches.
Mm,
Then, apart from Bangladesh, these fellas, when was the last time they played test matches? June last year.
somewhere around there, that's going to be some extra runs there. No, they don't run it. They said, nah, we're all good. And I'll say, hey guys, what did I miss? A lot of wickets, a lot of wickets. So I believe if we're talking about the start of the day, I think might have been this. So it is the wicket. First of all, Devon Conway almost getting his 100, but getting out on 92 from a very good Yorker that ended up getting him LBW. Blundell then dismissed on 44 to Gronholm, dismissed on 18. Jameson on 12. Southey on 17.
So they've all got
And now-
starts.
But just no one's quite been able to transfer that into a big score, similar to Rabada or even Mulder, who got 35 in that middle order. Currently now, we have got probably, I would say, if I was a betting man, we've got 45 minutes left of this session. I don't see it going to the end of the session because they'll probably take the extra half an hour.
Yeah, because they're 9 down. So, yeah.
And your age, says LML, I am 22. And would have been epic though, says Mano. It was good to watch the South African bowling. Maharaj, for a player who bowled so well, he probably deserved more wickets, I think, personally, on this surface. But still getting, I think it was 2 in this innings. And then, that's an ugly one for Henry, almost turning his back to it, which is, of course, not what you want to do.
No,
Not a lot of meat on the spine.
not a lot of meat on it.
Just like the elbow, isn't it? You don't want to get hit on the elbow because
Oh.
what's protecting it?
Nothing. That funny bone.
Mm.
I don't know, why do they call it a funny bone when it bloody hurts?
Well, that is because the bone is called the humerus.
There
There you go, eh?
you go.
PE at school.
Yeah.
I
you
learned some
something.
stuff.
Oh, that's good to know. Take PE, kids, you learn something.
And also you just get to like run around like idiots for like full days. Well, not full
Don't
days.
you have to do all that other stuff now?
Yeah, but that's easy.
Is
Like it's like you're talking about your movements, how it's like different joints and whatnot.
Mm.
And you can just say like this one's the resting muscle, this one's the active muscle, and I can shoot a free throw with my left hand. We did that for like a full 2 months, just teaching ourselves how to shoot a free throw with the left hand. It was fun. You didn't do anything.
Okay.
You just do that 10 times and be like, I'm practicing.
Okay. Kids, don't take PE.
I feel like that's just made them want to take it.
Yeah, I'd say.
And also we got the Hamish play-by-play, Donna, and heaps of fun sportsmanship. Keep up good spirits in the face for 100% loss. A joint people of the match. And there says it was from Dan. And I was like, India says Nassim. And also he's got still could be there for Mano. He's saying maybe there's a late chance. Could there be? That's a 4 runs for Wagner.
No, even I'm an optimist, but no.
No? Sure.
Not going to happen. Sorry.
Oh, brutal. I'm going to check the odds.
Wagner just hit a 4.
Just to keep you guessing.
Yeah.
What are the odds sitting at for New Zealand to win this one? Probably $201, I would think, or whatever the highest it can be is.
Spare $1?
No, my account says 0. So New Zealand to win is paying $251.
Ooh.
For a draw is $33.
Ooh.
And for South Africa to win is paying $1.01, but you can no longer bet on them. There you go, eh?
Mm.
And also call the dart for maths. How about snooker?
Yes. I like snooker.
Snooker is fun. We got a pool table, but it's not as big as a snooker one, is it?
No, you got to go down to the TNC to play that.
Mm.
But it is quite fun playing snooker, isn't it? Long way
Good for the
from one end to
maths.
the other.
You know, you got to sink a red ball, then you got to remember what colour ball's worth what.
Yep.
Angles.
Yes.
An acute angle, or maybe it's a... Okay, never mind.
No.
That's all right.
What sort of angle?
Well, they've got different types of angles, don't they?
Yeah.
What would you call an angle that is 90 degrees?
Oh, I can't remember all that stuff. It was a long time since I went to school.
Anyone in the chat?
I don't use it, so.
What's an angle called that's 90 degrees? What's an angle called that's more than 90 degrees?
It's not one of your dad's not yelling that
And
out.
just defend and defend for the rest of the game. We will be good, says Frank there. And Mano is sad for that one. If it isn't. See, you've made him sad for saying there's no chance.
Oh, just.
Luke Ronke, he'd believe in it. Right angle, there you go. What about the one that's a little bit bigger? I feel like I'm teaching.
I'm just.
I'm choosing. There you go, mate. I'm clicking a lot as well.
Yeah, the teachers. What do you want?
I'm like in the library, you know, when like they're doing slam poetry. How like they're doing their poetry and then you ever looked at your hands clicking and thought, man, that looks weird?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I don't normally click in front of a mirror either.
No.
No.
Who does? Dancers, maybe. Do they click there when they're dancing?
Maybe. Who would like a maths lesson with myself and my mother?
Oh, no. As I say, it's been a long time since I've been at school. Yeah.
We could teach cricket.
Teach cricket, you reckon?
Yes. Backyard.
Backyard cricket.
Yeah.
It's
the end of the over. And it is going to be 88 overs down now for the Black Cats. They still need to survive another 45. Any drizzle out there only at the lunch break by the sounds of it, or the drinks break. And Hamish, maths teacher and science teacher, says, Frank, yeah, I can teach you all about rocks.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis, igneous. Why is it called igneous?
I don't know.
Don't I feel sad for New Zealand. Lost the test match, but I like company every time in commentary, both always. I was going to say, we should be very sad at this stage, shouldn't we?
Yeah, but what else can you do?
New Zealand are 9 down.
Oh, we can go, fingers and all that stuff. What's the point?
Well, Janssen, short ball. Oh, that's on the spinal cord, which is cool. No.
Jeez. Next minute, you're going to have labels all over the bloody screen.
We have a skeleton up and we'll be like, this is this bone, this is the radical, because that's when you put your thumb up, that's rad.
Is that right?
Yep, and when you go like this, your bones actually cross.
Okay.
Your radicals on that side. And yeah.
And where are you going to use all this?
Don't know, you might get a broken radical.
Okay.
Then I'd be like, yes. And I was, well, not really. I'd be like, oh no, he's got a broken radical. That would hurt. I was like, is there a third test? Sadly not. I wish there was, because it's going to be 1-1 as a drawn series, but
yeah,
if there was one more, it would be a lot of fun.
That would be.
I was like, New Zealand can still win the series, South Africa no chance, says Frank. I guess that's true. They can always draw it though. And I was like, one more run avoids follow on, says Dan De Castro. That is true. Oh, slower ball, nicely worked away, falling on his face. And Harrisburg, any update rugby league next match? So the next game that we are going to be covering of rugby is Super Rugby on Friday night. That will be Moana Pacifica versus Crusaders, if that one does take place. And then following that, Fiji and Drua up against the Rebels at 9:45. First one at 7:05.
Nice.
And also, my mother might do some Pakistan versus Australia test match commentary.
You never know.
By herself.
Cross live to Donna on the other side of the wall. What's happening?
You always got to have like that 5-second pause, like with live.
Oh, okay.
Like, so it would be like, we're crossing over to Donna and you'll be sitting there.
Oh, that's me.
Thank you, Hamish. Or at least sitting here. Yeah. So we should get you a desk and put it there.
Is that right?
Yeah, although actually, no, we'd have to put it in a different room, or else then the commentary would just be all overlapped. You just have, and then just everyone talking all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like 6 different sports going, football in the back corner, rugby league.
I imagine it.
It'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be like a telecentre.
So anyone listening, Hamish is looking for a sponsor to set up a multi-room commentary.
Put your logo up in the corner.
Yeah. See all the donations came in?
Yeah, straight away. Currently 88.5 overs down. Still in close Markram. He actually ended up running straight into Janssen, which is quite solid.
I heard you saying that, and it sounded quite funny.
Yeah, because he had the helmet on and he was the one who stayed down.
And he was the one talking all this shit.
Yeah, to Neil Wagner in close. But that is the end of the 89th over. Only 44 to go now.
Ooh.
New Zealand, they've got 38 minutes to survive this session. And Irish Mother got any words to inspire the Black Caps to victory?
I don't think there are any, are there? Oh, come on. How many overs left?
44.
That's a lot of overs to bat when you're a tail ender.
It is.
It is.
But not impossible.
No, not impossible, but
unplausible.
Probably not likely.
And also we have got there, I think your audience are all broadcast, man. I can't even afford the live streams this month. Although some countries don't have it available, of course. Some people just like the company, don't they?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Oh, well, 88 people do at the moment. Just went down to 60.
Currently now Rabada.
Went up to 100.
All off the edge of Wagner. Still surviving. So they've got 44 overs left, or as I like to do the maths for it, that would be 464. That's a lie. It's 265. I keep on going 400 for some reason.
Yeah.
And also, broadcaster, your location, please tell me. My exact address is... No, you didn't look too worried there. I was quite surprised. I thought you'd be like... But no, we're in New Zealand.
I'm used to you.
About halfway up the South Island of New Zealand as well. I see Blade once again from Wagner. Out to point. Oh.
Helicopter.
Oh, helicopter. Okay, I was thinking everyone looked up at the same time, but I couldn't hear what was going on. So I thought like maybe they're looking up because it's quite wet. But no, it's just a helicopter, so we're all good for now.
Well, they're by the hospital, aren't they? So.
Currently Wagner on strike. Rabada bowling. Short ball once again. Right. So the big question for me is let's just say, for argument's sake, we're 20 overs down more. When do you bring back Maharaj?
Oh, you bring him back now, don't you?
I think he's not too far off, is he?
Oh,
Because yes, the short stuff's doing the job in terms of backing them up. But I think you go short stuff from one end, and then if you're going to have a bowler, I would go with Mulder from the other because he pitches it up and he swings it.
oh, does he?
Yeah, so I would say get them on the back foot, get them back and right up, and then give them a pitched up one. They'll go forward instinctively. They'll be back deep in the crease, and then you got some fun. And also, if Kane Bolt comes in this match, who you think will be dropped again? Given that Matt Henry have bowled exceptionally well, and what do you think will be the batting order? Says I thought straight away for me, Jameson's got to be dropped. That was close.
Oh,
Umpire's not giving it out. I think they've still got one more review if they want to do it. It's very similar to the last one. Neil Wagner just smiling about it. They're going upstairs one more time here, so this could be the last wicket. But I would say you got to bring in. Yeah, you'd bring in Kane Williamson in that batting lineup. I would probably ditch Mitchell just because.
I think they said Wagner looked a bit annoyed, so they went for the. I think that's what they said. But
right, did he get this one?
sorry,
That's all right. Oh, that's about as close as it be. I think it's brushed the shoulder for Wagner. But yeah, overall, I would say for me, I'm getting rid of Mitchell, even though he's done pretty well. Oh, this is going to be close.
No.
Still no noise.
No.
Wagner's one, and I think it just brushes the shoulder. No, it missed the shoulder as well. Somehow Wagner has evaded a ball by literally not even a millimetre again.
Yeah.
Now South Africa have no more reviews. But for me, yeah, I'll go Mitchell, even though he's been going well. I just feel if you're not going to bowl him just as a batsman, Williamson takes priority for me.
Oh, definitely.
But then saying that, do you open with Daryl Mitchell? Opens in T20. Can he take Will Young's spot?
Yeah, well, because Will Young, I think they have to replace him, unfortunately.
So I think Rutherford probably just around the corner.
Yep.
But if that doesn't work out, I would go, I'll try Daryl Mitchell opening. See how he goes.
Well, it just seems to be one of those players that just wants to be there and doesn't want to go out. I know he went out to a good ball. He didn't get behind it. He missed the line and he got bowled by a good ball, you could say.
So, and then I assume we're going Bolt back in and then Jameson out.
Yep.
You're leaving de Graan home.
Yeah.
I just realised we've actually both left him. Although off 120.
Yes, so he probably does get another go.
It's a nice shot from Wagner out through cover. It's going to be another single. Do they want it? He said, nah, that'll do. And hey, from Indian Vlog, welcome in. And Rain, come here. Test match save here. Give some money. Accept my request. And there says Vishal. So he's trying to bribe the rain. Good. Let's see how it works. And I remember me. I do indeed. You were here yesterday as well. I hope you have been enjoying the test match cricket so far. And we've got plenty more coming on the channel. New Zealand cricket team very well, but suddenly half of the match, very uncertainty behind, the best of luck, Black Caps next series, says Shaheen. And yeah, the next series they've got is an ODI and also T20 that will be up against the Netherlands. And then after that, they head to England for test matches.
But that's not till June.
Yeah, that's a long way away, isn't it? The lights have now come on in Christchurch.
Got a little bit darker, he said.
Okay, bad light. Imagine if bad light stops it now. I feel like they've got to try and play for as long as they can for while it's safe. That's the thing. Maybe that's why you're bringing the spinner, because in bad light, you're not allowed to bowl pace, are you?
No.
So you go Markram from one end, Maharaj from the other.
They never used to put the lights on at all.
Janssen at the moment, he looks like he's getting another over to Neil Wagner. And also, is there a third test, says Sean? Sadly not. They only went with a 2-match series, which just seems like a shame, doesn't it? Because Bangladesh series was also only a 2-match series. So it's pretty much you have a 1-1 draw and a 1-1 draw, and it's just that. You know, you don't really get a result of a series, I guess you could say. Currently now the field is set with 1 slip, 1 gully. Also man in close at bat pad. And then they've also got kind of a backwards square leg, I would call it, also mid-wicket. Got plenty of men on the onside, which means more than likely he's getting himself a little bit more short stuff. Susie Bates getting 50 runs off 48 deliveries in the New Zealand women's game up against Australia, trying to chase down 321.
Oh, is it just the warm-up?
Yeah.
Just as well, it is just the warm-up.
It is, yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. But their first game on Thursday or Friday, and that's up against the West Indies.
Okay.
For the Cricket World Cup. And bowls measuring speed science. And there, says Robert, exactly right. So you could do cricket, can teach you science, maths, English, social studies, history, geography. Geez, it's just an all-round PE, digital technology. What else? Cooking? No, because you got the lunch breaks. It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Really? Sorry.
Quick snack. You know, in 43 overs, 1 wicket of New Zealand bat as long as possible. This could come down to the wire, says Frank. And also, hey, my exam went very well just because of your blessings. Thank you, says Indian Vlog. Good to hear. Congratulations. That's hit Wagner on the arm once again. So it's more of the case of does Wagner want to face short stuff for 42 overs? And if you ask Wagner, he'll go, yep, you're all right. Just do it anyway, wouldn't he?
He would. Okay. You want to get rid of that fella, so you just go whack.
But of course, hitting the ball at him rather than just swinging.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that? Almost knocked it down onto the stumps there for Wagner. Marco, it's not Marco, it's Rassi van der Dussen. I keep on saying Marco Janssen van Vieren, which is a rugby player. Also, Aditya said, hi, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. New Zealand currently 9 down, close to the end of this test match. They need 199 runs at pretty much 5 and over from here on out, but they've only got the 1 wicket partnership. Currently now Janssen. Short ball, Wagner keeps it down nicely. They're trying to take a shot at the stump. Wagner doesn't care. Steps away to the side. And did also say hi a little bit earlier on. But currently, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got 42 overs left. New Zealand having their worst situation, says Indian Vlog. It's not ideal for them. Still needing another 40 overs. If it was like 10 or 20, you'd say it's a bit more
it's just
questionable. But the new ball, they've survived 10 overs of it. And I say survived, they've lost 3 wickets with that new ball. So probably not really surviving too well. I was average pro. Could this game be over, or could this game tea time after finishing, I think, and cricket is my heart, cricket is my blood. And there's says Shane. And of course, both of those to do with human biology.
Oh, here we go.
Which we can go back to the educational side of it.
Why?
Because we're going to start a Kiwi lads school. And we're going to teach people to hide the wrong information.
Everything you don't need to know.
Yeah, useless information with the Kiwi lads. Maharaj back in, have George teach something.
Oh,
Isaac was studying to become a teacher. It'd be a decent one. Music.
He'll teach you. George will teach you how to drive a tractor.
Yeah, in what you would call it as agriculture.
Yep.
There you go.
But you're only allowed to drive a tractor if you're old enough.
That is true, and do have the right licenses, which we will teach you how to get in the episode 2 of Kiwi Lads School.
Okay. But it may be different in other countries.
That is actually, that's a good point.
Then you'd have to do it multicultural. How to get it in Bali? I think you just go into the licensing and get your license. I don't think you pass a test.
That's how you do it for the scooters, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just go in and say, hi, I'd like to drive a scooter. And they go, okay, here's your license.
You got to be old enough for a start, but they just give you one anyway.
Currently 4 men around the bat. And also, when we come live, please tell I will definitely join. So I believe the next one that I have got coming up is probably on Friday night New Zealand time. And that is going to be a little bit of rugby. But the next cricket, I think it might be around the same time. I'm hoping to do summer Pakistan versus Australia. It might not be full sessions. It might only be like about an hour and a half or something like that, kind of based around the rugby. Yeah, I know. Gotta love it. Currently Maharaj bowling 3 balls here. Currently still sitting with a total of 249 balls left. Nicely played. 248 balls left. Target of 426. It was going to be a record-breaking run chase if the Black Cats were able to do it, although they lost Conway and Blundell a tad too early. We've currently got 25 minutes left before the lunch break, or the tea break, in fact, but they will probably take the extra half an hour, won't they?
Oh, they've got to, yeah.
Definitely if there's drizzle and whatnot, trying to threaten.
But I don't know that there is now, though.
Nice shot once again from Henry Ryder behind it. I just realised this is probably one of the first live streams that people have actually seen my ears.
Did you want these back?
No, it's all good. Just keep
Did
it
you
on.
want to swap them over so you can hear what they're saying?
Nah, it's all right. You can be the expert analysis.
Nah, they're pretty boring. Listening to these two. I mean, these two.
Patty actually said it earlier on as well. And Hamish, the rad teacher, and Hamish's mum, the assistant that is helping the kids alone, says Frank. So yeah, pretty much I'm the one teaching, and then she's the one teaching them what they should have learnt while I was teaching nothing.
Possibly.
I think because the best way of teaching is just to put on a movie for the whole period.
Yep.
Yep.
And what did we learn after that movie?
Well, we learned that the movie was an hour and a half. So next period, we've got to watch it as well.
Yep.
And then that movie is a sequel, so we've got to watch that. And that's 2 more periods. And then the year's over. Oh, good bouncer there from Rabada. Trying to get himself his 9th wicket. They secure that man of the match as well, which I think he's already pretty much got. Although you feel bad for Verena if he didn't get man of the match with the way that he has gone.
It's raining.
It's raining. It's raining in the background. I think for Shell, whoever you paid, that's getting quite heavy. Whoever you paid for Shell, it worked because it is currently raining on a day that it's not supposed to be raining. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to check the weather report.
Oh. That is a twist. The
Covers are almost ready. There is, at the moment, a 20% chance of rain, and that 20% is falling from the heavens at the moment. It's not supposed to have rain till 12 a.m. tomorrow for lunch. As a yes draw time. Oh, they're just having a discussion, the two umpires. Dean Elgar cannot believe this. He's going, oh, come on. They're having a chat. What do they decide here? We might get to do our lesson of teaching today.
Yep. They're going off.
They're going off the field here.
No?
No, they're saying play on.
Nice.
Everyone's ready. They're ready to run out.
Yep, they're on.
Are you sure?
Yep, because they're opening the gate.
Or are they just preparing? No,
just...
he's putting it back. I don't know if this is continuing or not. Dean Elgar doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
Yep.
They're going off the field, really. What did Elgar say? Is he not happy?
No, they're just...
Rabada can't believe it either.
It's pissing down.
The players are going off the field. They really said that Australia, England, and India play like double the test New Zealand does. These 2 test series going to cost New Zealand defending the World Test Championship title. These chances to raise win percentage after a loss. Says Dan there.
Might be a draw yet.
Uh-oh.
Cameras are on. Wow.
Tell you what, that's a late turn in the tape. Still paying $33. Gonna have a quick look at the odds here. Oh, they've suspended the draw.
Oh, I should have got $1 on there.
Yeah, but it's more of applies to the second innings only. Will they get more than a certain amount? Oh no, the draw is back for $10.90.
Oh, they reckon. So I think they're taking an early tea break.
Okay. And also, teaching time with damage, time to learn. I got my study books ready, says Frank. And also, rain won't last anyway, just a cloud, says Dan. Although this is New Zealand we're talking about. Sometimes wasn't even supposed to be raining. And it is. Our partnership is 7 off 41.
Does the study books include the racing Bible?
The racing Bible. Maybe. That's how it's going to win. Told you guys back on day 3, says Garvin. Although now rain delay, and we've only got a possible 3 or so hours left of the day. So it's going to be a little bit closer maybe than anticipated. And also, God, as always with New Zealand, won't let New Zealand lose so easily, says Indian vlogger there. But currently now, New Zealand, rain delay, 200 runs they do need. I'm going to scroll up on me thingy a little bit so that we can have, there we go, the rain delay there. Oh, I can't quite get the win probability. As you can see there, it's not good at the moment for New Zealand. There we go. Time to be determined. That one. Click this one. No, not that one. And click that one. There we go. We are back. Currently,
Rain delay.
Rain delay, ladies and gentlemen. And also, what are we going to learn first, Mr. and Mrs. Hamish? Says Frank. Well, we got heaps. We could learn flags. I'm very good at flags.
You are. Don't believe the weather forecast.
That is true. They are lying. And so they're like, oh, South Africa, the unluckiest team. Yeah, if this gets rained off, it just won't feel right. Like,
they reckon they'll be back though.
I hope they are, because
I think it's just a quick shower and then.
Like, that would be pretty rough if they had us 9 down and they just don't get back out on the field.
Oh, they won't be happy at all.
No. Elgar will blame his bowlers.
No, I think he was blaming the umpires there. He wasn't happy.
I know. Well, as you wouldn't be. They've all but got the win. Currently, we have got another 20 minutes left until theoretically lunch, or tea was going to be there. And one more wicket to fall. Doubt that rain is going to fall all day there, unless New Zealand paid the rain money to fall. Well, Vishal earlier on said that he paid someone to make it rain. Wait a minute. Paid someone to make it rain. That sounds like, that's an interesting one. Normally the people making it rain are the ones paying. Do you know what making it rain means?
Please tell me.
Well, it's when you end up throwing money at a person for doing some sort of fun dance, I guess. One predictor, yeah, I am. One predictor is weird concept now because it's 100% dependent on weather forecasts. Just use weather rain percentages. And this is Dan Casey. And also the thought of Morse being absolutely livid at the moment is just pure joy. I let it piss down on the man's house.
Gosh.
Even if this match draw, then New Zealand draw the series or wins the series. Yeah, actually, yeah. Even if the draw is here, it will be a win of the series. If it is a win for South Africa, it is a drawn series. I can't believe it's still paying $10, but I think that is because of the fact that it is supposed to be raining for a short amount of time. We're just getting a lunch break. What dance, Hamish? I feel like dancing. I wouldn't do the dance in that one unless you work at a certain club. You know?
Yes, Hamish.
And I, Hamish, we have little chats after the cricket, says Brad, and we did indeed, all about Super Rugby and whatnot, and something will happen, but that will be historical. And there says Village, and also hi, says AT Top Things, welcome into the live stream. Please confirm that rain will not stop. And this match is drawn. Nice performance by Henry and Wagner, says coding, right. I cannot confirm that the rain will not stop, and I cannot confirm that this will be a draw either. There is a lot of uncertainty that is going to be coming in for the next little while. And also, what is New Zealand's next test series after this? They have got a series up against England. It's quite far in the future.
Yeah, true.
But we can go into it now that we got a little bit of a break, can't we? So, International World of Cricket. Did you see Afghanistan beat Bangladesh?
Did they? You picked it.
I did. Nailed it. So, Bangladesh versus Afghanistan. That's going to be starting on Thursday night. I do see that as the next one. Then we've got India-Sri Lanka Test Series. That's going to be a 2-match series starting from the 4th to the 9th of March. And then also Pakistan versus Australia starts on that same day. That will be starting at 6 p.m. New Zealand time. UAE take on Oman, and Oman take on Namibia. So they've got a few games coming up. I think they are one-off tournaments for them by the looks of it. West Indies Test Series on the 9th of March up against England. Will be starting. New Zealand versus Australia has been cancelled, sadly. So that means that New Zealand's next series, because that was going to be a T20 series here, sadly unable to take place now due to cancellations. And then our next one for New Zealand, we have got the Netherlands on the 25th of March. And then the next test series we have got is going to be on the 10th to the 15th of June. And that is England versus New Zealand. I see some questions, says Brandon, you did indeed. And also we have got the, oh, now I get it. Says Frank there, yeah. Does he want to chat after this one? Says Brandon, I think George is going to be lurking after this one, perhaps.
Mm.
And a lurk. And George, he's not really a lurker, is he? I had a dream that me and George went and got chicken nuggets. But maybe we should.
Maybe you should. And bring something back for me.
Yeah, you got to love chicken nuggets, don't you? They're very nice. Do you think you could eat 50 chicken nuggets?
No.
No?
No.
How about 40?
No.
30?
No.
20?
Maybe.
25?
No, probably stretching it.
50?
No, 20.
Okay. Just checking. Afghanistan is on the rise. I really hope they get more test cricket. They only get 2 tests a year, some with Ireland, or same with Ireland.
Mm.
So does that mean if Afghanistan win both their test matches, right? Does that mean they're top of the ICC Test Championship? Like if they're playing minnow teams, but they win them, does that mean they're at the top?
I don't know. Is there a percentage who you're playing, the ranking?
I don't think so. I think it's just you get points for the win,
Yeah.
and then you get points
Home and
all
away.
based on the win differential type thing.
Probably the home and away.
I don't think it changes too much anyway. Also, South Africa says Jenny there, and India versus Sri Lanka and Australia versus Pakistan. Those 2 series should fix the anomalies in the World Test Championship standings. Australia and India will be top 2, says Dan. And I think that is the prediction that a lot of people had before going into it, was going to be India and Australia. That's going to be a good match when it does take place. No. World Test Championship is only the top 9 nations.
Right.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
So what if one of those nations, per se, plays someone outside of the top 9?
It's not counted. Maybe.
So if New Zealand ended up playing the Netherlands in a test match, even though we wouldn't,
Yeah.
I don't believe, even though it would be cool to see it happen. But more cricket, and also their exclamation point from Ryan. I assume that's something to do with Bangladesh losing to Afghanistan, possibly, if I'm not wrong. I wouldn't want to say I told you so. But I might have done all right with one prediction. I never get predictions right either at the moment. What are they saying? They're saying it's raining quite heavy.
Do you want to listen to that?
No, you're gonna have to translate it.
If you've got a good spinner, you don't overlook them.
Okay. What about the rain?
Well, the rains come earlier, according to Hamish Bennett. I think he said it's hard to listen to them when you're talking. Basically saying that the rains come earlier than 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Yes, and it's not part of World Test Championship, but affects ICC World Rankings. And then how's the weather there? How's the weather there? How much chances of a draw? It says Dahia, at this stage, there's a rain delay. So it's not looking as nice as it was going to be originally, but they believe this is just going to be a little bit of a passing downpour and shouldn't end up slowing down the play too much. New Zealand 9 down. South Africa only need the 1 wicket to be able to walk away with a win in a drawn series here. But the first step is get back out on the field, and currently they are having an early tea break on day 5. So it does mean that we've got another 10 minutes or so. Then they'll look at the pitch, decide whether or not it is worth going back out there right then and there. Just Sean, remember him? But saying he was going phenomenally, wasn't he? With the ball in hand in New Zealand conditions, and also he was going to win this test team. At the moment, there's still a very high probability that South Africa end up winning this one. But with that rain falling, it's given New Zealand a little bit of a hope, because they will lose overs. The longer that they're off, the more overs they'll lose. Although because they took the early tea break, I don't believe they'll lose any overs as of yet. I believe it's once they get back out there, they'll try and reassess how many overs they will have remaining. And also, so yeah, 12 test nations are, but Zimbabwe, Ireland, Afghanistan, not on the World Test Championship. A bit weird, but there it is. And yeah, says Dan DeCastro, and also Christchurch Hamish about rugby sevens in there, and go to get something to eat. Or go to get something to eat. Is that to me, or to that you're going to get something to eat, Brandon? And also Kiwi, right Kiwi, who will win the first T20 and 3rd of March, 3 Bangladesh or Afghanistan. First one, I'm going to say, sorry, but Afghanistan. Reason behind it is I feel like they'll be on a high after winning that one. And also T20 is actually their preferred format. So I'll go Afghanistan for that one. Then I think Bangladesh win the next 2. And also 10 teams in the World Test Championship: New Zealand, India, Australia, England, South Africa, Pakistan, West Indies, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe, Afghanistan and Ireland do not play, do play, but not in it. Says Garvin there. And also chances of resume play, I'd say probably around 80% at this stage, maybe even higher, 85% chance that we will be going back out there at some point of this matchup. Currently, there are...
Umpires are just wandering out there.
Okay, so they're going to have another reassess. Well, it sounds like, but they got 40.4 overs remaining for New Zealand to have to bat out. So currently 244 balls. Every over or every minute that passes, once it's after the tea break, we will lose overs. A 91% chance that South Africa do win this one. 8.5% chance of a draw and 0.5% chance that New Zealand win. The New Zealand win now for me, they've got it at 0.5 because it can't actually physically go any lower on their odds. So that's why they've got the 0.5, but there's no chance for New Zealand to win this.
No.
So pretty much it's just whether or not the rain affects it and we get a draw, or the rain doesn't affect it as much and South Africa can clean up that last wicket. Rabada's been bowling well, getting 3 for 46 off 18.2. Maharaj sitting 2 for 75 off 31. The covers, as we are speaking, are now coming off. So with it still being tea, I believe we'll have tea for another 9 minutes or so. And then the players will be able to make their way back out onto the field. Possibly, if it's dry enough. Which does mean we'll get a little bit more test match action in, ladies and gentlemen. And that's exactly what I said, Garvin, in there. And also we have got there, Zimbabwe is in the World Test Championship. Go on ICC's website. There is a rankings on it. Zimbabwe is the last team in it. And also Kiwi is T20 series is 2 T20, says Ryan. Okay, well, we'll give it 1 to Bangladesh, 1 to Afghanistan. Almost got them Sri Lanka. And also there is more rain, says Dime Till Deaf. Although it's one of those ones, it doesn't look too bad. And also we've got the New Zealand suck at cricket. How did that lose to Bangladesh? Good question. South Africa lost to us in the first one. Does that mean you also suck? Just a question. And also we've got there, can you read my messages? See, Brandon, is it about the something to eat? And also lol, says Jenny there. And the J, and also there's more rain, says Dime Till Deaf. Are they going to put the covers back on? Surely not. If they do, that will be very annoying for anyone from South Africa watching on to see South Africa be able to get the win. Like, that's the thing. I think even 7% chance of draw is generous at this point in time. What is Mark Richardson saying? Is he saying it's about to go on? Okay, the covers are still coming off, though.
I don't know. He's going on about someone, but I missed it.
Okay. That's all right. And also good work. A best commentary on YouTube, says Denver there. And maybe the cycle they were added. Last cycle they weren't. I'm skeptical though. The schedule doesn't seem to have Zimbabwe play the required 6 series. I'll check sometime. Says Dan. So you got to play 6 to be able to qualify, I guess. That is true though. And there says Jenny for that one. But yeah, currently, I mean, it's one of those ones that conditions play a beautiful factor in cricket, don't they? And they are also the downfall of cricket because we have to wait for the rain. I feel like there will be no more play, says Ready to Laugh. Although I think with the covers coming off now, as long as the rain doesn't start up in the next maybe 5-10 minutes, we should get back out there. Me and Hina, I said Bangladesh will win and take the trophy, says Ryan there. And also Hamish Mama, where was Hamish born, says Frank.
Christchurch.
Christchurch, there you go. You were there.
I was. So were you.
Yeah.
That's strange there.
Because you're Hamish, what rugby sevens game are you looking forward to? I am looking forward to New Zealand versus Fiji when it does come around for the Singapore sevens. If we do get to see those two sides in there, imagine if Bangladesh wins the Test at World Cup. It would be absolutely incredible for them. And like to come with such a young side, like to New Zealand, like I enjoyed that match from start to finish where they were able to defeat the Black Caps. I shouldn't have because we lost.
Maybe we should pick a young side.
Maybe. Get a couple with a future in there. And also, we'll get draw, guys, says Ready to Laugh. And also, no, I meant, what year was he born? Do you remember?
No.
No.
Do you?
Do you actually not? I was gonna, you do, yeah.
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah.
1999.
There you go. And also, so how's the weather doing? And if we draw, what's our points overall? Says David. So currently, they have taken the covers off. They're taking an early tea break, though. So we've got rain delay there. But in 5 minutes' time, I believe they will be back out on the field as long as it's not too damp. And they will be able to continue this one. We get 4 points for the draw. But we are currently, after that first win against South Africa, I believe we're still sitting in about 6th, with South Africa in 4th. As New Zealand have such a bad team, there says Jenny. There are a couple, I guess you could say, players that they should switch out this current stage. Just like all teams, form is one thing that New Zealand currently, some of their players do not have. And they will be looking to try and make their way towards, I guess, hopefully changing them. I'd like to see a spinner in there at least.
Well, who are they going to take over to England?
A spinner at least, hopefully.
Yeah,
and
at
not
least 2.
Not Rachin Ravindra. I know he's a good spinner, but
No.
like Ajas Patel coming off 10 wickets, you got to get him in there somewhere.
He's got to go to England.
Like, worst comes to worst, he goes over there, he has a bad series.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, at least we tried him. You know, he goes over there, he gets 5 wickets each game, and you go, oh, maybe we should have played him in New Zealand as well.
They'll never admit that.
No, they will certainly go, no. And oh, come on, Jenny. And this is ready to laugh. And also, Kiwi Bangladesh is in the top of the ODI Championship. Says Ryan there. And also, Winners Kane coming back. I believe he's about a month and a bit away. He should be there for the IPL.
Of course he will
So
be.
I got 2 donuts and 1 milk. And there says Brandon. And also, either Rainfall, South Africa win, or Wagner and Henry make history. Only 3 results there, says Garvin. And so either the Rainfall, South Africa win, or Wagner and Henry make the history. And Jenny, here's a tail, says Frank there. Currently partnership of 7 of 41 deliveries. Kane Williamson, I don't believe, is he going to be fresh and ready to go for the Netherlands series? I think
It's only 3 weeks away.
Yeah, so he might still be struggling a little bit. And overs lost. If they switch T around, nothing lost. Bottom line is they'll play until 6:30 p.m. local time. Can't survive last wicket for 3 solid hours. I would bet $1 if it paid 1,000. Says Dan De Castro there. Nice. It's paying $10 at the moment. Worth a cheeky. I have no money in my gambling account. I just use it to watch the sport because they have it for free. And it's 8 a.m. in India there. And I wish I don't have to do this. As I says, Frank. And also, I assume that is they're watching New Zealand lose, I assume. And we're Shane Bond now, my all-time favourite Kiwi player, connected to the IPL, isn't he?
Yeah, wasn't he bowling coach somewhere?
I think he wasn't he our bowling coach, but then now he's
IPL.
Yeah, I think he's connected with the IPL, and don't blame them. They are trying to find a good mix after Ross Taylor and BJ Watling has gone, and they were mainstays in their test squad. And hey, Hamish bro, my request is accepted. Rain, interrupt. Yeah, now my favorite smile, or my face smile finally. Although they're back on the field at the moment for Shell, but keep that smile around for a bit longer. We like to see smiles. Wagner, he's smiley sometimes, and other times he looks like he hates everyone. You know, just like a cat, really. Cats, they can be your best friend, and you pat them, and then you pat it for 1 second too long.
Yeah,
it doesn't tell you, and then it just tries to rip your eyes out. And it's like, what happened between this and this? It's literally the same thing, but now you're grumpy. Then you feed it, and then it's friendly again. First ball, bam, bowl.
So it's not raining.
No rain at the moment. Wagner defends, so they didn't lose any overs. This point, say hi to my friend. Hello, Brandon's friend. And also, is it raining or has it stopped? It has stopped at this stage. It's 10:37 p.m. here in Trinidad, West Indies, says Garvin. And I'm looking forward to West Indies versus England. Hopefully, we will be able to cover some of that test series. Even though it starts at 3 a.m. for us in the morning, I'm still going to be up. And that price on a draw, Hamish, is horrific unless you are a meteorology genius. I'm going to check if it's changed now that they're back out on the field. Because it was 33 originally for the draw.
Then it went to 10, didn't it, when it rained?
Yeah. TAB. Slow internet.
Very slow.
Okay, now New Zealand to draw is paying $21. Even that's probably
not bad.
Yeah. I don't have any money. And will you come live South Africa versus Bangladesh? Hopefully I will be able to, as long as it doesn't overlap with when I should be sleeping or when I am kind of doing other rugby live streams. I love the emotion that Wagner shows when he gets a wicket. Yeah, that one of Rassie van der Dorsen, he looked like he popped about 7 blood vessels. Neil Wagner in the celebration. And even the hug, he looked like he was giving birth in the hug, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like you would have thought a child was And also, I think Bangladesh will smash the next game we will be playing against them, says Nathan. And also, I'm 18 time zones away and told you I was just a cloud, says Dan DeCastro. And oh, yeah, Corey. And there says Ollie Wilson, imagine if Rain comes back and this is over again. I feel like that would just make him feel so much worse for Dean Elgar. And also, we have got there, is rain any less? It has stopped raining just for now. Pitched up delivery, nicely played. Looks like it's quite slow in the outfield, though. I think that rain has had a little bit of an impact on the outfield. Just a tad of one. Also, his face gets pink and all. It's just like Dale Stone when he celebrates. Yeah, he used to love it. Who else had good celebrations? Brett Lee with the chainsaw, ringing that out. I mean, normally with the West Indian, you see some sort of dance move, which is why it's so entertaining watching them play T20, because you never know what celebration's just around the corner. And also we have got there a little bit earlier on, can we please stream the Delhi Capitals? And I'll try my best to be able to do the IPL alongside it. If New Zealand loses, who do you think will be player of the match? For me, it's either Rabada or Verena. I would go Rabada, but then saying that 136 runs not out is a huge feat. See, this is the collision. That's the bowlers every day of the week, isn't it?
Look, there's 3 of them.
But that's the bowler's catch.
It is.
And Jansen's going, what are you doing?
The bowler didn't even have to move.
No. And also, it's still raining, not at the moment, so it is nice and dry for them on the pitch, although the outfield's still a little bit slippery. And Abadot salute as well. Yep. He's got that salute, paying homage to. I think he was in the Bangladesh military. Okay. That's why he does that salute.
Yeah, he was.
And TJ Bravo is the dance king. That's close to an LBW, but it's still going slightly down league. And they don't have any reviews left for South Africa. And so it is official that was the tea break. It seems unfair. That final wicket for 3 bloody hours. Here's Dan. It was the tea break. So they got 3 hours here. They do have to try and bat 4. Well batted, well bowled as well from Maharaj. Currently, my scoreboard has still got rain delay. I'm going to have to quickly refresh that, ladies and gentlemen. One moment. Go like this. Go like this. We press this button. It goes doop. And then it goes bang. There we go. Back onto it.
Oh, is that why everyone was asking if it was still raining?
Yeah, and probably. That makes sense now.
Probably that makes sense.
Now I think about it. Yeah, pitching outside leg. And also, so currently we've got 39.2 overs to remain for New Zealand to get to a draw. Uh-oh.
Oh, they're saying they just need to bat and hope a shower comes through again. But clutching at straws. What? Is that what you're looking at?
The TAB was still open and they had suspended the betting. So I was a bit worried that something would have happened. Why wouldn't you go upstairs here for Matt Henry?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, they have.
They have to.
This could be our low, says Sonny. Welcome in.
It's
pretty plum, wasn't it?
It looked pretty plum.
When this match starts, it's 3:30 a.m. in India, so we can't watch a full live stream. No worries at all. And also now, would be funny if another rain cloud comes as you're fixing rain delay scoreboard. That's looking pretty plum though, unless the extra bounce. And when does match start? It started 5 days ago, but now at this stage,
bounce under the knee roll.
I believe this is going to be in big trouble for Matt Henry here.
Might be going down leg.
You think?
I don't think so.
Unless he's hit it. He hasn't hit it though.
He hasn't hit it.
It's not close enough to be hitting it. This is looking like it could be the end of this game here. Matt Henry. Is he dismissed? Is this chase for New Zealand now over?
Yep.
And has South Africa been able to go on and get themselves the win? It's 3 reds. And is it any possible rain? It is not. South Africa have managed to win this test match up against New Zealand. 227 all-out. Rain came right back before they call it out. Says Frank there. They have already called it. And that is going to be South Africa winning this test match by 198 runs. I got slightly concerned because I looked down and it was suspended. And I was like, they don't normally suspend it in between overs. And then I went.
So you were just a bit quick.
I was a bit quick. And series tied 1-1, says Sonu.
Yes.
I think it is a good series at the end of the day. South Africa fought so hard in the second match compared to that first, deserved the win. And now 1-1 in this series. Matt Henry tried his best. Wagner tried his best to stop that last wicket falling. But the inevitable did end up happening. And no, God, no more rain. It is enough. And there it says Indian Vlogger. Now that is going to be the end of this match, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa won by 198 runs. Oh, well, it was fun being here with you both, says Dan DeCastro. And we have got plenty more cricket coming in the future as well. And also Ray South Africa wins, says Indian vlogger. I think that was Mark Crum just shook hands with the camera. Yes, seems like a bit of a character, that man. Currently, the Stumps, they are going to be going home with the South Africans. A good job, guys. Very interesting coverage, says Ranamah. Thank you very much, mate. And I will. We could beat England. They can't bat, says Frank. I don't know. English conditions, though. And also, congratulations, South African. Hard luck, New Zealand series, set piece 1-1. And there says for show. And yeah, good series. I feel like I wish there was a third, and I'm going to say it every time we have a 2-match series. You need a third to decide it.
But everyone's saying that, aren't they?
Yeah. But like at least with a third one, if there is a draw and it ends up as a drawn series, you go, at least there was a chance of someone being able to win it like 2-1 or something along those lines. Whereas this one leaves a lot unknown. South Africa, if they had one more game, would they have performed in this same fashion? Would New Zealand have been able to fight back? They're all, I was about to say historical questions, but they're all hypothetical questions we won't get to answer for this test series. After Conway's wicket, South African work was quite easy. Says Tono, and then the Gronholm, his one there, I guess it was just a little bit too simple for them. Like we were talking about earlier, league side wickets, about 5 of them for the Black Cats, and Kiwi Bangladesh will beat South Africa in the first test. Eberdot will get 7 wickets again. Geez, 7 wickets for Eberdot in South African conditions, I believe it would be. Those ones are going to be just around the corner. Agree Conway had to double ton, says Dan De Castro, and then damn, after losing the first test by 250 plus, now they come back and win it 198. What a comeback, says Garvin. Yeah, 2 completely different test matches. Yep. I think that's why test match cricket, like as much as some people say it's too long and like it's not as good as T20, I've heard people say, but at the end of the day, they call it the purest form of cricket for a reason. You can have one bad day, you can have 5 bad days, but at the end of the day, next day, you still got another fighting chance to keep on going. How are you feeling?
Oh, a bit deflated, but South Africa played the better game.
Sorry, I've been talking for the last like 2 minutes, getting all inspirational. I think so. Hamish, rubber match versus Dish, especially, and here too versus South Africa and New Zealand won both for me. Says Dan DeCastro and also Hamish, what a fantastic series with your company and commentary and Auntie came stream the last 5 days. I really enjoyed this for show, which is great to hear. And we have got plenty more cricket coming up, and also the rugby this weekend that we will be covering, or that I will be covering by myself, as some of the games are in the middle of the night, and India versus Sri Lanka and Pakistan versus Australia coming soon. Both series starting on the 4th or 5th of March, I believe it is, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And we're going to be trying to cover as much of, we will be doing more of Pakistan versus Australia, but still mentioning India, Sri Lanka. The reason for that is there's a Sri Lankan YouTube channel that normally end up trying to copyright strike us down if we do anything based on Sri Lanka, even if it's like not us showing the game similar to this layout, they still try and copyright strike us down. So that's why we try and avoid them a little bit. 4th of March, says Ryan there. I hope you both come back very soon, because New Zealand summer is in cricket, never end here, says Vishal. And also see you make go Black Cats for England series, says Frank. And yeah, we appreciate every single one of you being here. And the end, South Africa winning this one by 198 runs. But thank you all very much for making the 5 days not only a quick one, but an enjoyable one too.
Thanks, everyone.
And unless we will see you all later on with more cricket, more rugby. But if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. I will see you all for the next one.